Agyaw, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Ayon, Bagaw, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Bancoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolilia, Bondok, Briones, Bulut Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Ceniza, Chan, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalaw, Ko Elizalde, Ko Rene Luis, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha Pola, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Kua, Dagook, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, Di Makuha, Di Magila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Emano, Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzales Alexandria, Gonzales Eliza Micaela, Gonzales Christopher Sheen, Gonzales Roy, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hernandez Shariz Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko, Labad-Labad, Takson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legasyon, Legarda, Legazpi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Makasaet, Maseda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Manikiz, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Uwaminal Henry, Uwaminal Sancho Fernando, Oducado, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Po, Primisya Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Bella Vanessa, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Talyado, Tan Ayman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tinio, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Ungab, Uy Di Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnel, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Madam Speaker, the roll call shows that 198 members responded to the call.
With 198 members present, the chair declares a quorum. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to defer the reading and approval of the journals of previous session.
Any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the minutes of the previous session is hereby deferred. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as messages, communications, and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 4545, creating a national framework for integrated water resource management, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways and the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 4546, granting monthly internet allowance to public school teachers to support blended learning, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4547, upgrading the Dr. Rafael S. Tumbong Memorial Hospital in Calibo, Aklan into the Dr. Rafael S. Tumbocon Regional Medical Center, by Representative Milaflores.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4548, suspending the imposition of excise tax on regular gasoline and diesel fuel, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 4549, creating the Migrant Worker Relations Commission, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs and the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 4550, declaring the immediate environs of the Santa Monica Parish Church in Angat, Bulacan as a pilgrimage site and a place of worship, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 4551, to further promote the general welfare and enhance the statutory benefits and incentives of public health workers, by Representative Gato.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4552, declaring the Sendong Memorial Park in Bayog Island, Iligan City as a National Disaster Memorial Site, by Representative Regencia.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 4553, establishing the Iligan City Freshwater Aquaculture Center for multi-species breeding, research, and hatchery development, by Representative Regencia.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 4554, strengthening the prevention of bullying in schools, by Representative Regencia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4555, further strengthening the incentives for private sector participation in public educational institutions, by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4556, to exempt from taxes all incentives, rewards, bonuses, and other emoluments received by national athletes and coaches, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 4557, establishing a national autism care plan, creating the Autism Council of the Philippines, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4558, establishing the OFW Social Security and Retirement System, creating the OFW Retirement Fund, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 4559, prohibiting and penalizing wagering or betting on live cockfighting matches, events, and activities, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Games and Amusements.
House Bill 4560, requiring funeral establishments to provide affordable caskets for indigent and extremely poor families, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 4561, granting a 20% discount to pregnant women on maternity-related expenses, maternity-related products and services, and providing incentives to participating stakeholders, by Representatives Revilla Ramonjolo, Mercado Revilla, and Revilla Bryan.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 4562, restraining and penalizing the malicious and deliberate dissemination of false information that undermines public order or national security, strengthening regulations on fake news through digital and mainstream media platforms, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 4563, upgrading the district office of the LTO in the city of Ormoc, Leyte from Class A to Class D to Class A district office, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 4564, prescribing the mandatory guidelines for the establishment and operation of local universities and colleges, by Representative Adyong.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4565, strengthening the advancement and professional development system for public school teachers and school leaders, by Representative Adyong.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4566, providing for free postgraduate education for public and private school teachers in SUCs and LUCs, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4567, integrating constitutional education in the secondary curriculum, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4568, providing for the governance and regulation of local universities and colleges, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4569, mandating Land Bank to allocate 60% of its total loan portfolio for the support and development of farmers and fisherfolks in the Philippines, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 4570, regulating and professionalizing the practice of paralegals in the Philippines, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 4571, mandating the inclusion of the Bible as literature in the curriculum of all schools, colleges, and universities, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4572, strengthening the disclosure requirements of the SALN by mandating the declaration of gifts, benefits, and expenses, by Representative Suntay.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 4573, establishing an LTFRB district office in the province of Masbate, by Representatives Co. Antonio and Co. Elisa.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 4574, strengthening the right of the people to free expression, to peaceably assemble, and to petition the government for redress or grievances, by Representatives Co. Rene Luis and Tino.
To the Committee on People's Participation.
House Bill 4575, increasing the Special Education Fund levy and expanding the application of the Special Education Fund, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Local Government and the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4576, institutionalizing the Pantawid Pasada Fuel Program, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 4577, granting automatic civil service eligibility to government employees under contractual, casual, or job order status who have rendered at least 3 consecutive years of government service or at least 5 non-consecutive years, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 4578, expanding the grounds for legitimation of children by amending the Family Code of the Philippines, by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 4579, declaring the immediate environs within Bulacan that cover cultural properties, national historical landmarks, shrines, monuments, sites, and other built heritage properties with notable historical and cultural significance as heritage zone, by Representative Domingo.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 4580, providing for the standard minimum road carriageway and shoulder widths of farm-to-market roads constructed by the NIA, by Representative Domingo.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 4581, amending Section 57 of the Charter of the City of Malolos, by Representative Domingo.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4582, further expanding the coverage of incentives granted to national athletes and coaches by Representative D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 4583, strengthening the Mount Apo Natural Park by Representative Kawagdan.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 4584, establishing in Oriental Mindoro the Mimaropa Regional Hospital by Representative Poe.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4585, establishing a provincial office of the NCIP in Ipil, Zamboanga, Sibugay by Representatives Bancoro and Hofer Hasim.
To the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples.
House Bill 4586, providing a scholarship grant for every Filipino family by Representative Bancoro.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4587, amending and renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Domestic Satellite Philippines Incorporated by Representative Chua.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 4588, establishing a Level 1 General Hospital in Dinagat Islands to be known as the Dinagat Islands Provincial Hospital by Representatives Bagao and Dagook.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4589, providing for the construction of an undersea tunnel or bridge from the province of Sorsogon to the province of Northern Samar by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Libanan, Abalos, Gonzales Christopher Sheen, Tan Stephen James, Tan Reynolds Michael, Daza, Ong Chuan, Javier, Veloso Tuazon, Gomez, Carrie, Mercado, Yap Christopherson, Espina, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Asidre, and Romualdez Sieda Marie.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 4590, establishing in Mayoyao, Ifugao, the Eastern Cordillera Regional Hospital by Representative Chungalao.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4591, instituting a national health program to combat systemic lupus erythematosus disease by Representative Subiri.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4592, creating the 4-piece Regional Program Management Office, Provincial Operations Office, and City Municipal Operations Office in relation to the implementation of the 4-piece Act by Representatives Abalos and Libanan.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 4593, providing for a new charter of the DBP by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 4594, enhancing revenue administration and collection by granting an amnesty on all unpaid internal revenue taxes imposed by the national government for taxable year 2024 and prior years by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 4595, expediting the implementation of the programs and projects under the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Plan by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 4596, strengthening the Commission on Higher Education by Representative Singson Mihan.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4597, prescribing the guidelines for the establishment and operation of local universities and colleges by Representative Singson Mihan.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4598, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers by Representative Singson Mihan.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4599, institutionalizing the rules on system loss cap for electronic distribution utilities by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 4600, promoting integrated urban agriculture in urban areas nationwide to address food security by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 4601, promoting the adoption of solar energy and other equivalent renewable energy technology in all government buildings and offices by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 4602, regulating and modernizing the practice of medical technology, medical laboratory science in the Philippines by Representative Nazal.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 4603, strengthening the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers by Representative Beloso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4604, to declare July 7 of every year a special non-working public holiday in the city of Karkar, Cebu, to be known as the City of Karkar Charter Day by Representative Veloso.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4605, establishing the Philippine Geriatric Center as a tertiary specialty hospital under the DOH by Representative Veloso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4606, institutionalizing the National Framework for Advanced Nursing Education and Clinical Practice by Representative Veloso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4607, regulating and modernizing the practice of medical technology in the Philippines by Representative Veloso.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 4608, strengthening the mandate, capabilities, and organizational structure of the MTRCB by Representative Yolago.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 4609, establishing the right to information as a mechanism for transparency, accountability, and citizen empowerment by Representative Hernandez Charis Ann.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 4610, establishing a congressional district library in Calamba, Laguna to be known as the Dr. Jose Rizal Public Library by Representative Hernandez Charis Ann.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4611, mandating the use of blockchain technology in the formulation, implementation, and monitoring of the government budget to promote open governance and citizen engagement by Representative Hernandez Charis Ann.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 4612, implementing the people's right to information and the constitutional policies of full public disclosure and honesty in the public service by Representative Cruz Agata Paula.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 4613, providing for a free annual medical checkup for all Filipinos by Representative Cruz Agata Paula.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4614, converting Patalon Elementary School in Patalon, Zamboanga City into the Patalon Integrated School by Representative Chuatay.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4615, strengthening the National Daycare and Early Childhood Care and Development Program by Representative Chuatay.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 4616, institutionalizing the rehabilitation and socioeconomic development in Rapo-Rapo, Albay by Representative Loria.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 4617, granting universal social pension to senior citizens by Representative Dionisio.
To the Committee on Senior Citizen.
House Bill 4618, providing for the revised Labor Code of the Philippines by Representatives Tonwatco, Velasquez, Garbin, Dimagila, Zamora Isabel Maria, Tan Keith Micah, Colliantes, Domingo, Rama, Vargas, Yatco, and Galang.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill numbers 4619, 4620, 4621, and 4622, converting certain elementary schools in the province of Benguet into integrated schools by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4623, streamlining the implementation of government infrastructure projects through round-the-clock operations by Representatives Acosta and Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 4624, reclassifying certain parcels of land of the public domain located in barangays Kabigaan, Magbabadil, Barake, Iraan, Sagpangan, Isaub, San Juan, Apurawan, and Culandanum of Aborlan, Palawan as alienable and disposable land by Representatives Acosta and Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 4625, declaring a Magna Carta for barangays by Representatives Acosta and Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4626, expanding the National Health Insurance Program to cover comprehensive mental health services by Representatives Acosta and Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4627, strengthening agricultural risk management through the creation of a national crop insurance program for small farmers by Representatives Acosta and Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 4628, establishing the Western Philippines University College of Veterinary Medicine in Aborlan, Palawan by Representatives Acosta and Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4629, granting mental health wellness leave to all employees by Representatives Acosta and Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation and the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 4630, converting the Extension Office of the LTO in Giwan, Eastern Samar into a regular LTO district office by Representatives Gonzales, Christopher Shin, and Libanan.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 4631, providing for 15,000 pesos across-the-board increase in the basic monthly salary of teachers and employees in the public basic education by Representatives Villafuerte, Vincenzo, Renato Luigi, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Rebata, and Ridon.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 4632, renaming Mindoro West Coastal Road in the province of Occidental Mindoro to Tamarao Highway by Representative Tariela.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 4633, reorganizing the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council by Representatives Macapagal Arroyo, Tolentino, Makasaet, Alba, and Veloso Tuazon.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 4634, strengthening support for children with special needs from poor households by amending the Four-Piece Act by Representative Bautista Lim.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 4635, declaring September 3 of every year a special non-working public holiday throughout the country in commemoration of the surrender of the Japanese military forces led by General Tomoyuki Yamashita in Baguio City by Representative Dumogan.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 4636, creating the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources and the Fisheries Commission by Representative Makasaet.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources and the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 4637, establishing the Veterans Memorial Medical Center Extension Hospitals in Zamboanga City, Misamis Oriental, and Davao de Oro under the direct supervision and control of the DOH.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4638, upgrading the district office of the LTO in Tandag, Surigao del Sur from Class D to Class B by Representative Momo.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 4639, enhancing the National Shelter Program by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 4640, creating the Philippine Center for Disease Prevention and Control by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4641, providing for the establishment of the Butika ng Barangay by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4642, institutionalizing mechanisms for the recognition, integration, and transition of workers, enterprises, and organizations in the informal economy to the formal economy by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 4643, increasing the compulsory retirement age for uniformed personnel of the PNP from 56 years old to 57 years old by Representative Valeriano. Public Order.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 4645, strengthening the rank classification and organizational structure of the BFP by Representative Valeriano.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety. Session suspended. Session resumed. Secretary General is hereby directed to proceed with the reference of business.
House Bill 4646, authorizing the DOH to set and approve the bed capacity and service capability of all DOH hospitals by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sierra Marie, Romualdez Andrew Julian, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 4647, creating 4 branches of RTCs and 2 additional MTCs in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in Rodriguez, Rizal, by Representative Hernandez Dennis.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4648, providing benefits and incentives to Barangay Tanod members, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 4649, institutionalizing a 5% budgetary allocation for programs, projects, activities, and services for senior citizens from the Internal Revenue Allotment of the LGUs, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 4650, granting heartbreak leave and providing emotional support resources for recovering employees, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 4651, integrating financial literacy in the senior high school curriculum, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4652, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience and the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 4653, establishing the framework strategy for the blue economy, by Representatives Suwan and Emano.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 4654, converting Baluay Elementary School in Barangay Baluay, Sablan, Benguet into the Baluay Integrated School, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 4655, granting free tertiary agricultural education and other related courses to all dependent children of qualified indigent farmers, by Representatives Yap Eric and Yap Edvic.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 4656, providing medical parole for elderly persons deprived of liberty who are suffering from terminal or severe medical conditions, by Representatives Yap Eric and Yap Edvic.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 4657, mandating government institutions and food service establishments to purchase the agricultural produce of local farmers or producers for their food preparation and production, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
Resolutions. House Resolution 279, congratulating and commending Alexandra Ayala for winning the first ever Women's Tennis Association WTA title by a Filipino at the 2025 Guadalajara Open, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 280, expressing congratulations to Police Senior Master Sergeant Mizel Mahumot Naive, an active Philippine police officer, for winning the gold and silver medalist Philippine Judo and Women's 3x3 basketball champions of the World Police and Fire Games 2025, held from June 27, 2025 to July 6, 2025 in Birmingham, Alabama, USA, by Representative Inares.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution 281, congratulating and commending Amando Perfecto C. Molin, Los Baños Mentor for Future Leaders, for being named a 2025 Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipino, by Representative Hernandez.
To the
Rabil.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 282, congratulating and commending Police Master Sergeant Ivan A. Velasco, PNP's Crusader for Environmental Protection, for being named a 2025 Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipino, by Representative Hernandez Ramil.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 283, recognizing and congratulating Teacher Noel Villanueva Sadinas for being named as one of the 2025 Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipinos, by Representative Cayton.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 284, urging the allocation of funds for the construction of regional office building of the TESDA in the Caraga region, by Representatives Baguao, Corvera, Bascug, Plaza, Aquino, Matugas, Barbers, Momo, and Pimentel.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 285, urging the allocation of funds for the construction of regional office building of the DTI in the Caraga region, by Representatives Bagao, Corvera, Bascug, Plaza, Matugas, Barbers, Momo, and Pimentel.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Resolution 286, expressing the support of the House of Representatives for the review and revision of the Local Government Code of 1991 to ensure its responsiveness to the demands of modern local governance, digital transformation, and sustainable development by Representative Miraflores.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Messages from the President. Veto message dated September 12, 2025 of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. on the consolidated Senate Bill 1470 and House Bill 11372 on the proposed SUC's Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan LUDIP Act.
To the Committee on Rules.
Veto message dated September 12, 2025 of the President on the consolidated Senate Bill 2895 and House Bill 11539 on amending the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Letter dated July 18, 2025 of the NIA Administrator submitting to the House of Representatives a copy of their second quarter report of NIA Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program Irrigation Component for calendar year 2025.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
Letter dated July 30, 2025 of the PFDA Acting General Manager informing the House that certain reports as of June 30, 2025 have been submitted and generated through the Unified Reporting System on July 28, 2025 and posted on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated July 31, 2025 of the BIR Commissioner forwarding to the House a copy of their quarterly Fiscal Report of Operation as of June 30, 2025.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Letters dated August 1 and 4, 2025 of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity with an attached copy of the OPAPRU's financial reports for the month of July 2025 and for the quarter ending June 30, 2025, informing the House that the said financial reports have been submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on their official website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated August 6, 2025 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration, Finance, and Procurement, submitting to the House copies of their reports for the month of July 2025 and informing that certain reports were also submitted online to the DBM through the Unified Reporting System on August 6, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letters dated August 6 and 18, 2025 of the COA Chairperson, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2024 on certain government agencies.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 7, 2025 of the National Security Advisor, Director General, NSC, and Vice Chairman, NTF-ELCAC, informing the House on the status of their reports and fund utilization of the LGSF SBDP for fiscal years 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 as of June 30, 2025, which were posted on their official portal at www.ntfelcac.org.bdp.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated August 8, 2025 of the NYC Chairperson and CEO informing the House that the Budget and Financial Accountability Reports and the SK Mandatory and Continuing Training Fund, Statement of Appropriations, Allotments, Obligations, Disbursements, and Balances as of quarter ending June 30, 2025 have been uploaded to the agency's transparency seal on its website on August 4, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated August 13, 2025 of the CESB Executive Director submitting to the House copies of their quarterly physical reports of operation as of March 31 and June 30, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated August 14, 2025 of the CHR Executive Director submitting to the House a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation as of August 5, 2025 on the audit observations and recommendations for the calendar year 2024.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 14, 2025 of the DBM Secretary submitting to the House a copy of their consolidated budget and financial accountability reports as of June 30, 2025 for regular agency and trust funds covering current and continuing appropriations, which was posted on their website through the transparency seal under the annual financial reports on July 28, 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated August 14, 2025 of the DND Secretary submitting to the House a copy of their revised Armed Forces of the Philippines Modernization Program calendar year 2025 first quarter accomplishment report.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
Letter dated August 15, 2025 of the DepDev Secretary submitting to the House a copy of their first semester 2025 accomplishment report on the implementation of the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
Memorandum dated August 15, 2025 of the PIDEA Director General, copy furnished the House submitting to the Office of the President a copy of their operational accomplishments and assessment report for the month of July 2025.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
Letter dated August 18, 2025 of the BIR Commissioner, submitting to the House a copy of their quarterly report of revenue and other receipts as of quarter ending June 30, 2025.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Letter dated August 18, 2025 of the COA Chairperson, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports for the years ending December 31, 2023 and 2024 on certain government corporations.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 19, 2025 of the Insurance Commission Commissioner, furnishing the House with a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation as of August 19, 2025 on the audit observations and recommendations for the calendar year 2024.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 20, 2025 of the Partido State University President, submitting to the House a copy of their 2024 annual report.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Letter dated August 20, 2025 of the DepDev OIC Undersecretary, Corporate Affairs Group, copy furnished the House submitting to the COA a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation on the audit observations and recommendations for the calendar year 2024 and prior years.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 22, 2025 of the Supreme Court Chief Justice, presenting to the House a copy of their 2024 Judiciary Annual Report.
To the Committee on Justice.
Letter dated August 22, 2025 of the Director, DOST Industrial Technology Development Institute, transmitting to the House a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation as of June 30, 2025 on the audit observations and recommendations for the calendar years 2024 and downwards.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 28, 2025 of the DBM Secretary, transmitting to the House copies of certain reports of the national government agencies for the quarter ending June 30, 2025, which were posted on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated August 29, 2025 of the Sandigan Bayan Presiding Justice, submitting to the House a copy of their 46th annual report for the calendar year 2024.
To the Committee on Justice.
Letter dated August 29, 2025 of the DBM Assistant Secretary, Internal Management Group, copy furnished the House submitting to the COA a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation as of August 22, 2025 on the audit observations and recommendations for the calendar year 2024 volumes 1 and 2.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letters dated September 2 and 9 of the BSP Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated September 3, 2025 of the Director, DOST Advanced Science and Technology Institute, with attached copy of a report generated through the Unified Reporting System, informing the House that they have submitted a copy of their monthly report of disbursements for the month of August 2025.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter of the Acting Director for Controllership, PNP National Headquarters, NAPOLCOM, forwarding to the House a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation as of August 31st, 2025 on the audit observations and recommendations for the calendar year 2024.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Annual Audit Report on the Laguna Lake Development Authority, copy furnished the House, transmitted by the COA Cluster Director, Cluster 4, Industrial and Area Development, Corporate Government Audit Sector for the years ending December 31, 2023 and 2024.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter of the Deputy Ombudsman for Mindanao, copy furnished the House, forwarding the first endorsement dated August 20, 2025 to the COA Regional Director, BARM, on the Committee Report number 1502 of the Committee on Public Accounts for appropriate action and/or audit investigation on the alleged misuse of public funds by the Office of the Chief Minister of the BARM.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Annual Audit Report on the Bicol University for the calendar year 2024.
Committee on Public Accounts.
Consolidated report dated March 19, 2025, titled The Philippine Blue Economy Moving Forward.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Economic.
Okay, saan ba dito? Ito. Here. To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
Various communications submitted to the House by officials of several local government units relative to their posting and reporting requirements of the fund utilization of status of program project implementation of the local government support fund as attested by the respective local chief executives.
To the Archives. To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letters dated September 11, 2025 of the Executive Secretary, Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting two original copies each of Republic Act numbers 12266 to 12286, which lapsed into law.
To the Archives.
Committee reports. Committee report number 1 submitted by the Committees on Basic Education and Culture, Ways and Means and Appropriations on House Bill number 4744. Committee report number 2 submitted by the Committees on Basic Education and Culture and Appropriations on House Bill 4745. Committee report numbers 3 and 4 submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution numbers 289 and 290. Committee report number 5 submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises on House Bill number 4746.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the following House resolutions to the appropriate committees. House Resolution number 222 to the Committee on Energy, House Resolution 224 to the Committee on Health, and House 234 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Any objections? The motion is approved.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the following speeches to the appropriate committees. Representative Ko, dated September 8, 2025, to the Committee on People's Participation. Representative Marivic Cupilar, September 8, 2025, to the Committee on Public Accounts, Public Works and Highways, and Good Government and Public Accountability. Representative Bagao, dated September 9, to the Committee on Public Works and Highways. And last, Representative Laila de Lima, dated September 10, 2025, to the Committee on Ways and Means. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objections? There is none. Motions approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Any objections? Motion suspended. Sessions. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill number 1636, 220, and 4054 from the Committee on Energy to the Committees on Energy and Ecology. House Bill 4149 from the Committees on Ecology and Energy to the Committees on Energy and Ecology. House Resolution 44 from the Committee on Ecology to the Committees on Energy and Ecology. House Bill number 612 from the Committee on Trade and Industry to the Committee on Economic Affairs. House Bill number 615 from the Committee on Revision of Laws to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. House Bill number 3877 from the Committee on Labor and Employment to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. House Bill number 3978 from the Committee on Justice to the Committee on Labor and Employment. House Bill number 53 from the Committee on Public Order and Safety to the Committees on Human Rights, Public Order and Safety, Dangerous Drugs, and Public Accounts.
Any objections? So ruled.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Motion is approved. Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we may request to acknowledge the presence of guests in the gallery. We have the guests of Honorable Attorney Jennifer Karen Lagbas of 1st District, Misamis Oriental, and they are the barangay captains from the local government unit of Balingasag, Misamis Oriental, Shadhit Jamila of Barangay Dansuli, Edgardo Olano of Barangay Dumarait, Leo Excelice of Barangay Kalawag, Sonny Pacheco of Barangay Napaliran, Miriam Barsabal of Barangay Waterfall, Maria Josie V. Echeverria of Barangay 1, Marichu Ladera of Barangay 3, Joffrey Abonitala of Barangay 4, Richard Occiones of Barangay 5.
We welcome all our guests to the House of the People from Balingasag, Misamis Oriental. Welcome. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session is suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to declare the position of Secretary General vacant.
There is a motion to declare the position of the Secretary General vacant. Those in favor say aye. Those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. The position of Secretary General is hereby declared vacant. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to elect Attorney Cheloy Velicaria Garifil as Secretary General of the House of Representatives.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. Attorney Cheloy Velicaria Garafil is unanimously elected as the Secretary General of the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to declare the position of Sergeant at Arms vacant.
There is a motion to declare the position of Sergeant at Arms vacant. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. The position of Sergeant at Arms is hereby declared vacant. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to elect retired Brigadier General Ferdinand Melchor C. de la Cruz of the Philippine Army as Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives.
Any objection? Hearing none, retired Brigadier General Ferdinand Melchor C. de la Cruz of the Philippine Army is unanimously elected as Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives. Majority Leader. Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to allow Secretary General Cheloy Velicaria Garafil to take her oath.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. May we request Secretary General Cheloy Velicaria Garafil to proceed to the rostrum for her oath taking. And may we request all the members of the House of Representatives and all our guests in the gallery to please rise to witness the oath taking of our Secretary General. Be administered by the Speaker of the House, Honorable Boji D.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I,
I,
Winning.
Cheloy Velicaria Garafil,
of Quezon City, Metro Manila,
Quezon City, Metro Manila,
having been elected as
Secretary General of the House of Representatives,
hereby solemnly swear
hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
the duties of my present position
the duties of my present position
and all others I may hereafter hold
and of all others I may hereafter hold
under the Republic of the Philippines.
under the Republic of the Philippines.
I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines.
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
and that I will obey the laws,
and that I will obey the laws,
legal orders,
legal orders,
and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities
and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities
of the Republic of the Philippines,
of the Republic of the Philippines,
and that I impose this obligation
and that I impose this obligation
upon myself voluntarily,
upon myself voluntarily,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without mental reservation and purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to allow Sergeant at Arms, retired Brigadier General Ferdinand Melchor C. de la Cruz of the Philippine Army to take his oath.
Is there any objection to the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader. Can you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I
Brigadier General Ferdinand Melchor C. de la Cruz, Philippine Army, retired,
of Nagilian, Isabela,
Nagilian, Isabela,
hereby solemnly swear
hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
the duties of my present position
the duties of my present position
and all others
and of all others
I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines,
I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and that I will obey the laws,
and that I will obey the laws,
legal orders,
legal orders,
and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authority of the Republic of the Philippines,
and the decrees duly promulgated by the authorities the constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the proclamation issued by the Commission on Elections declaring Gabriela Women's Party as winner under the party list system in the national and local elections of May 12, 2025, and to entitle its nominee, Sarah Jane I. Elago, to sit as its representative in the House of Representatives of the Congress of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the aforementioned proclamation, I move to allow Sarah Jane I. Elago, representative of Gabriela Women's Party, to take oath in open session.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to call the representative of the Gabriela Women's Party to take oath of office before this body. May I request all the members of the House of Representatives and all our guests in the galleries to please rise to witness the oath-taking of our new member. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I,
Sarah Jane Elago,
of Barangay,
Marilag, Quezon City,
having been elected as,
having been elected as representative of Gabriela Women's Party,
hereby solemnly swear
hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my
the
ability,
duties of my present position,
the duties of my present
and
position,
all others
and of all others
I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines.
I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines,
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
That I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same,
And that I will obey the laws and legal orders
and that I will obey the laws, legal orders,
and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines.
and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines,
And that I impose this obligation
and that I impose this obligation
upon myself voluntarily,
upon myself voluntarily,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Session is suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before we proceed, let me acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Faustino Boji III. They are the delegation from of Ukraine. They are the following: Mr. Vadim Haylaychuk, Ms. Yesha Vasilenko, Ms. Tamila Tasheva, Ms. Yulia Fediv, and Mr. Alexander Yesak.
To our guests, headed by Her Excellency Vadim Halaychuk, the head of delegation and member of the Parliament of Hollis Party, as well as their colleagues, and Her Excellency Yulia Fediv and Dr. Beatrice Jane Ang, the Honorable Leisha Vasilenko and the Honorable Tamila Tasheva. Welcome to the House of the People. And the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Faustino Boji III, is extending his regards and will be waiting for you at his office. Thank you very much for the visit. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Ito kasama? Hindi, yung budget. Okay, okay. Ganun pala. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to take up additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be redirected to read the title of the bill.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business. Committee reports. Committee report number 6, submitted by the Committee on Housing and Urban Development on House Bill 4757. Committee report 7, submitted by the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 4058.
To the Committee on Rules. Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 4058 and its general principles and provisions as contained in Committee Report number 7, submitted by the Committee on Appropriations. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measure as mentioned by the Majority Leader.
House Bill number 4058, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2026.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate.
An objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate insofar as Committee Report number 7 as contained in House Bill 4058 is hereby opened. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Micaela Swansing, Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to deliver the sponsorship speech on House Bill number 4058.
The Honorable Mika Swansing is hereby recognized for his sponsorship speech. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, esteemed members of the Development Budget Coordination Committee, or the DBCC, fellow public servants, partners from civil society organizations, and to our to the Filipino public closely watching the deliberations today, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Every year, the Filipino people look to Congress not as a mere crafter of policies, but as an origin of hope. The student who needs a scholarship, the farmer who necessitates a farm-to-market road, the mother who seeks affordable health care, and the senior citizen who relies on their monthly pension for their daily survival. Each number, each line item approved under the General Appropriations Bill results in profound implications for those who hope. The constitutional and moral imperative of Congress is clear: to ensure that every centavo of the Filipino people's tax money is appropriated towards programs that amplify, not destroy, this hope. Today, we open the plenary deliberations for fiscal year 2026 General Appropriations Bill, the backbone of our fiscal policy and the clearest mirror of our government's priorities. The Constitution entrusts Congress with the power of the purse, a solemn responsibility that demands integrity and vigilance. The plenary deliberations of the General Appropriations Bill are among the greatest exercises of our democracy. The spirited debates that will result from these discussions should ensure that the General Appropriations Act will represent the priorities and necessities of every Filipino, from the islands of Batanes to the mountains of Compostela Valley. Our challenge is to ensure that every peso is grounded in science, feasibility, and genuine need. Bawat piso, dapat may pakinabang. Bawat proyekto, dapat may saysay. At bawat programa, dapat madamdaman ng bawat Pilipino. We deliberate today under a challenging fiscal landscape. Global uncertainty continues to weigh on our economy. Rising debt obligations, inflationary pressures, reducing both household and government purchasing power, and geopolitical disruptions in international markets. Despite these constraints, the DBCC has anchored the 2026 budget on a sound macroeconomic framework. Gross domestic product growth of 6 to 7%, inflation managed within 2 to 4%, fiscal deficit at 5.3% of GDP, and debt to GDP ratio at a sustainable 61.8% by end of 2026. total revenues are projected at 4.983 trillion pesos, or 16.2% of GDP, supported by stronger tax collection efforts, improved compliance to current debt obligations, and prudent borrowing strategies. This fiscal program assures us that even with limited fiscal space, there remains sufficient room to prioritize the needs of the Filipino people. The proposed fiscal year 2026 national budget amounts to 6.793 trillion pesos, equivalent to 22% of GDP. Sisiguraduhin po natin na ang budget na ito ay mararamdaman ng bawat Pilipino. Mas matatag at maluwag na mga classroom, mas kompletong kagamitan sa mga ospital, at pagkain sa mesa ng bawat Pilipino. Madam Speaker, I emphasize that this budget is centered on human capital development, as underscored by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. in his 2025 State of the Nation address. In the National Expenditure Program, the President stressed that the 2026 budget must nurture a future-ready generation, one that is healthy, educated, resilient, and competitive. Each aspect of this General Appropriations Bill foremost acts towards capacitating and restoring the dignity of each Filipino by increasing positive outcomes in food security, climate resilience, and infrastructure modernization, while also demanding transparency and efficiency in public spending. This budget is also a testament to comprehensive reforms aimed at restoring public trust, the paramount imperative our Congress faces in the current moment. We have abolished and outdated the small committee that once shrouded these deliberations in secrecy and unilaterally placed the jurisdiction over the funds of 116 million Filipinos in the hands of a few. We will also open the bicameral conference committee sessions. All of these towards our firm commitment towards open, transparent, and participative budget deliberations. Tatanggalin po natin ang tabing sa usaping budget. Nais ko rin pong bigyang diin na nadidinig po natin ang panawagan ng ating mga kababayan na mas maging bukas ang proseso at magkaroon sila ng mas malakas na boses sa pagbuo ng budget. This year, we turned that call into action. Civil society organizations were present as we did the People's Budget Review. And they were also engaged and are also present during the committee hearings. They helped scrutinize the allocations of the people's money. Ito po ang people's budget in action. Ang bawat piso ay hindi lamang plinano ng ating gobyerno, kundi isinama din mismo natin ang tinig at pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Transparency and accountability are not simply buzzwords. These are the foundation of our nation's social contract, the basis upon which the continuous renewal of trust in the mandate of our government rests. At the heart of the people-centered budgeting is the principle that public funds must directly serve the needs of our citizens. The Department of Public Works and Highways budget has been reduced from its original 881.3 billion peso budget, meaning infrastructure modernization allocation, down by 225 billion pesos to 625.7 billion pesos. After years of questionable bidding and substandard outcomes of flood control projects, I echo the President's declaration. Not a single peso will go to questionable flood control projects in the 2026 budget. That 255 billion pesos has been redirected to urgent needs: education, healthcare, agriculture, and food security, while also building a real climate resilience. Madam Speaker, the message of the Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee, or the BARC, is clear. The people come first. This year, we give our children, our youth, the highest allocation for education in the nation's history. Education stands as the single largest priority in the fiscal year 2026 budget, with over 1.17 trillion pesos, or 17.22% of the national budget. The clearest sign that we are investing in the future of our children. Beyond the national expenditure program, we furthermore added 38.3 billion pesos out of the 255 billion pesos from DPWH. We have realigned that amount, affirming what we have always been saying about the 2026 budget. It will be an education budget. It will be a capital development centered budget. Under the basic education facilities, the BEF fund, we will be adding the 28.06 billion that was initially earmarked for classroom construction and repair in the NEP is further increased by 22.5 billion, bringing the total funding for basic education facilities program to 50.56 billion pesos. At an estimated cost of about 2.5 million pesos per classroom, this will translate to an additional 20,000 classrooms that will be built in 2026. Each of these classrooms represents fewer students packed into unsafe, overcrowded spaces, and more children learning in environments that uplift rather than discourage. Adding to this, the Commission on Higher Education gained 9.31 billion pesos from the initial funding in the NEP. We are expanding the tertiary education subsidy and Tulong Dunong program. Furthermore, the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA, was allotted an additional 991 million pesos for training and scholarships. Meanwhile, the Philippine Science High School System secured 450 million pesos to nurture the country's next generation of scientists and innovators. With the addition of around 37 billion pesos towards the education budget, we are now at 4.1% of GDP, over the constitutional requirement of 4%. Next, healthcare follows as the second pillar of this realignment. With 409.8 billion pesos in the national budget in the NEP, we will be adding 89.3 billion pesos to that from the realignments from DPWH. The medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients, or MAIFIP, remains one of the top priorities, reflecting our determination to ease the burden of medical expenses for the poorest Filipino families, and in line with the directive of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to initiate zero balance billing in government hospitals for the most indigent patients. We augmented MAIFIP by 26.73 billion pesos, bringing the program's total amount to 51 billion pesos. Using an estimated cost of about 40,000 pesos per patient, this will benefit around 1.27 million indigent Filipinos worldwide. Moreover, 60 billion pesos in additional funds will be realigned towards PhilHealth to expand benefits under the universal healthcare, paving the way toward our aspiration of zero balance billing in public hospitals. We will be, in line with the direction of the President, we will be returning the 60 billion pesos to PhilHealth through the NEP. But we also would like to send the call to PhilHealth to please use the 60 billion pesos in additional funding towards increasing the benefit package for patients and towards paying their obligations towards hospitals. To PhilHealth, please use this additional allocation for the benefit of the Filipino people, not towards investments or income-generating initiatives. Agriculture remains a cornerstone of national survival and resilience. with 284.13 billion pesos in the national budget dedicated to ensuring food security and complemented by another 30 billion pesos for the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, or RCEF. To reinforce this amount, an additional 44.9 billion pesos will be realigned towards DA and NIA for rural and farmers development. Of this amount, 41 billion was directed toward farm-to-market roads, post-harvest facilities, crop insurance, irrigation, ports, and agricultural modernization. The Presidential Assistance to Farmers and Fisher Folk Program will also be allocated 7 billion pesos, which at 7,000 pesos per beneficiary will directly support 1 million farmers and fisher folk across the country. These allocations guarantee that our farmers, the backbone of our food security, receive the comprehensive support that they need to sustain livelihoods and keep food on every Filipino table. The National Irrigation Administration likewise will receive an additional 5 billion pesos to construct, restore, and repair irrigation systems vital to sustaining agricultural productivity. This year, we also expanded protection for the most vulnerable sectors through the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations, or AICS program, under the Department of Social Welfare and Development. In the National Expenditure Program, 27.04 billion was originally allotted for AICS. The BARC and the committee then realigned an additional 32 billion pesos towards AICS, bringing its total to 59.1 billion pesos. At an estimated assistance of around 10,000 pesos per beneficiary, this will reach nearly 5.9 million Filipinos in crisis. We also strengthened protection for displaced and disadvantaged workers through the Tulong Panghanap Buhay sa Ating Disadvantaged Displaced Workers Program, or TUPAD, under the Department of Labor and Employment. In the National Expenditure Program, 12.14 billion pesos was originally set aside for TUPAD. The BARC and the committee then realigned an additional 14.82 billion pesos towards TUPAD, bringing its total to 26.96 billion pesos. At an average assistance of 5,500 per worker, this budget will benefit nearly 4.9 million Filipinos nationwide. These are not mere figures. These are breadwinners who will be given temporary jobs to keep food on the table and children in school and families who can weather difficult times with dignity. The mentioned agencies, however, will still undergo rigorous scrutiny during the plenary deliberations to ensure that they have both the capacity and readiness to fully utilize the funds allocated to them, and that these resources truly reach the communities they are intended to serve. Every peso of the 255 billion pesos coming from DPWH realigned towards other agencies was reviewed line by line and reallocated in a way that is open, transparent, and participatory. Dear colleagues, we did not simply move the funds. We redirected them towards the daily needs of our people: classrooms for learners, medical assistance for patients, roads for farmers, jobs for workers, and crisis support for families. This is people-centered budgeting in its clearest form. It is proof that this Congress listens, responds, and acts to make every peso count where it matters most. As chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, I emphasize every allocation must be rational, feasible, and guided by science. My dear colleagues, allow me to stress a truth we cannot ignore. The trust of our people in our congressional institutions is slowly being eroded. When citizens witness budgets that do not match their realities, when funds fail to reach those who need them most, confidence in government collapses. It is the biggest imperative of our time to restore this trust through foremost accountability. The all-encompassing reformation and transparency of our budget process is the first step towards this end. The alleged mismanagement of public funds through questionable flood control projects amid the increasing frequency and intensity of scorching heat waves and typhoons is of utmost concern to our people. Therefore, we have to make sure that the 2026 budget restores the Filipinos' faith in our institution. I must stress that this budget embodies our collective resolve to build a stronger and more hopeful future for every Filipino. This budget needs to hold a hope for a nation where no Filipino is left behind. Madam Speaker, I humbly sponsor the proposed General Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2026 and respectfully seek the support of my colleagues in the House for its timely and responsible passage. Together, let us ensure that this budget reflects the aspirations of our people and strengthens trust in our institutions. Sa bawat proyekto, ang mamamayan ang dapat nasa sentro. Sa bawat alokasyon, ang kapakanan ng taong bayan ang pangunahing batayan. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang Kongreso, mabuhay ang sambayan ng Pilipino para sa Diyos at bayan.
Maraming salamat, Chair, Congressperson Swansing. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to proceed with the interpellation on the general principles and provisions of House Bill number 4058.
Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what is the pleasure?
Parliamentary inquiry.
What is the pleasure of Congresswoman from ML?
Okay.
De Lima?
So we are now being made to understand that we're about to start the interpellations for the budget. Now, this morning, after the, or at the conclusion, or before the conclusion of the BARC meeting, the executive committee meeting of the Committee on Appropriations, where the Honorable Chair of the Committee on Appropriations presented to us the key features of the amendments done at the BARC level. Now, we were made to understand that copies of that presentation of the Honorable Chair of the Committee on Appropriations will be made available to us, the members of the plenary, in time for the start of the plenary deliberations. Also, do we have copy of the committee report itself? How can we start deliberations if these vital documents are not before us? So that's my point of order, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, the point of order in question. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the majority and on the part of the sponsor, we are made to understand that the amendments done during the Budget Appropriations Committee amendments also included members of the minority, included members of the majority, who approved the amendments. And during our rules meeting, approving the inclusion of the committee report for plenary deliberations, members of both minority and majority approved the same. To address the point of order of the Honorable De Lima, it has been the parliamentary practice ever since that we get the chance to read the committee report during budget deliberations. We have 2 weeks to deliberate the budget and the committee report, and we respect the minority's position. But to allow us to commence deliberations of the budget, I hope that the Honorable De Lima will allow the budget proceedings to proceed, and copies of the committee report will be distributed accordingly during today's session.
Mr. Speaker, my
Representative De
reaction,
Lima?
please.
Please
Okay,
proceed.
yes, we confirm that most of the minority members, most of the members of the minority bloc were present at this morning's executive committee meeting of the Committee on Appropriations. But we were made to understand that copies of the presentation itself of the chair of the Committee on Appropriations will be made available to us. It's different that, you know, we actually discussed the presentation, but we did at this morning's executive committee meeting, we also did not have copy of that presentation. And we pointed that out, and they told us that it would be made available to us.
And then how can the distinguished senior majority leader say that the committee report has been made available to us during the budget committee hearings? How can there be a committee report when at that point the agency budgets were just being discussed? The committee report would come after that level and right before this plenary deliberations. So where is it? Where is the committee report? We cannot possibly participate in the deliberations without the committee report, without the presentation of on the Bar C amendments. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we apologize for the delay in the distribution of the committee report as well as the presentation, but in line with our rules allowing sending electronic copies of committee reports as well as presentations, we assure the Honorable De Lima that the same have been distributed electronically through Viber as authorized under our rules. May I request the Honorable De Lima if she can allow the sponsorship of the national budget, and we will ensure that all members of the minority will be allowed their time to scrutinize and ask questions to the sponsor to ensure transparency and ensure that the budget is in accordance with our national development program.
Representative De Lima.
I'm sorry, but I cannot buy that. How can we scrutinize the budget if we don't have copies, especially of the presentation this morning? We didn't have that when the presentation was being done by the chairperson of the APRO committee, and now we still do not have it. So how can we scrutinize it? It's our duty as a minority to thoroughly scrutinize all of this, and we don't have that.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to request for a suspension so we can meet with the members of a minority before we proceed with our deliberation?
Point well taken. Session suspended.
Wala.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before the suspension of the session, I reiterate my earlier motion that we proceed with the interpellation on the general principles and provisions of House Bill number 4058.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion to proceed with a period of interpellation is hereby approved, and the Honorable Mika Swansing, the sponsor of said measure, is also recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I be recognized briefly?
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we proceed to the period of interpellation on the general principles and the general provisions of the General Appropriations Bill, may I request that the Honorable Laila de Lima be recognized for a brief manifestation, considering we had a good compromise between the minority and the majority.
The Honorable Laila de Lima is recognized for her manifestation. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Based on the discussions during the break, and it's really been a serious discussion, so we came up with a consensus, and we concede to the request of the distinguished deputy, the senior deputy majority leader, that we can proceed with the interpellations on the general principles, after which let's suspend and resume tomorrow. Our only request is that, since up to this very moment, we don't have yet copy, not even the e-copy of the committee report, that we be given time tonight to go over it, and we can start all over again tomorrow with the agency deliberations. That's the consensus reached during the break. Thank you.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just a short manifestation on behalf of the majority. After conferring with the esteemed members of the minority, they have agreed to the following. Firstly, that we proceed with the debate on general principles and provisions. Secondly, that given there are no amendments to the agencies that consist of the DBCC, we proceed as well with the agencies that are present from the DBCC, given under the condition that the DBM on the last day of our plenary debates come back to address any questions that the minority might have with regards to the agencies that are in question. So again, this is in relation to the DBCC as a whole, so we may proceed with the agenda of today with regards to the general provisions and the DBCC. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader is hereby noted. The Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a new member of the minority in the person of the Honorable Sara Ilago from the Gabriela party list, and would like to manifest that she will be one of our assistant minority leader, Madam Speaker.
There is a motion to elect. May we be clarified if the Minority Leader is putting forward a motion to elect an additional member to the Committee on Rules? Because
Yes,
we can-
Madam Speaker, assistant minority leader.
Yeah, maybe
in
we
the
can
min-
tackle that after the consideration of the budget, because we are now in the period of considering House Bill 4084, and we can tackle admin matters afterwards.
Just to let it be reflected in our journal, Madam Speaker.
Yes. The manifestation of the Honorable Minority Leader is hereby recognized and duly noted. Majority Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, so that being the case, may we recognize Congressman Tino for his interpellation on the debate on general principles and provisions.
The Honorable Antonio Tino of Party List ACT Teachers is hereby recognized for his interpellation with regards to the general principles and provisions. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, my first query will be with regard to unprogrammed appropriations. No? Alam naman po natin na sa mga nakaraang buwan, actually, ay naging controversial na po ang usapin ng unprogrammed appropriations. At sa 2026 proposed budget, ay meron pa pong proposal for around 250 billion in unprogrammed appropriations. No? Madam Speaker, kapansin-pansin po ang kakaiba at pambihirang paglobo ng unprogrammed appropriations, lalo na sa nakaraang 3 taon sa ilalim ng Marcos Jr. Administration. Una-una siguro, para maliwanagan ang lahat, ano po ba ang unprogrammed appropriations, Madam Speaker? Baka maaring matanong ang sponsor. Brief and layman's explanation of unprogrammed appropriations.
Madam Speaker, ang unprogrammed appropriations po, it serves as a standby authority to incur additional agency obligations for priority programs and projects. So if there would be excess revenues, or there are also non-revenue sources that are made available, those funds can be tapped in order to fund priority programs of the government.
So ang susing word po doon, standby authorization. No? So tama po ba? Parang, okay, ang pangunahing ginagawa natin ngayon, no, ay nagdedebate eventually para aprubahan o magbigay ng authorization, no, para pahintulot, para gastusin ang pera ng taong bayan, yung nasa National Treasury, no, sa eksaktong paraan na nakalahad sa General Appropriations Act. No? So, pero yung standby appropriations para sa yung unprogrammed appropriations ay pagpapauna ng pahintulot sa pondo na actually wala pa sa kamay ng gobyerno. Tama po ba?
Kailangan po magsumite ng special budget request, pero opo, tama po
Oo.
yun.
So wala pa kasi yung pera. So sabi ng Kongreso sa executive, yes, okay, may pahintulot kayo na gumastos ng pera, pero sa kondisyon na meron lang papasok na bagong pondo, no, from excess collections or from excess revenues, etc. Yung mga ganon. Okay, tama po. Okay. Ngayon, historically, as I said, hindi po ganun kalaki ang mga unprogrammed appropriations. It was only, kung titignan natin ang datos, ay from 2016 po. 2016. Tama po ba ang datos natin dito? Ang unprogrammed appropriations for 2016 and 2017 was 67.5 billion. No? 2018, 75.3 billion. Tapos 2019, dito na nagsimulang lumaki. 2019, no? 197 billion. No? So mahigit 3 beses ang nilaki mula dun sa level ng 2016. Tapos, tuloy-tuloy na po yan. In 2020, it became 216 billion pesos. In 2021, medyo bumaba, naging 176 billion pesos. However, in 2022, umaas to 251 billion pesos. 2023, no, pambihirang level, 807 billion pesos in unprogrammed appropriations. 2024, 731.4 billion pesos. And now the 2025 budget, 363 billion pesos. And as I said, for the proposed budget next year, 250 billion pesos na naman po. Tama po ba yung mga datos na binanggit natin? Pakikumpirma lang po.
Tama po yun. Nagsimula pong lumaki yung unprogrammed appropriation simula po taong 2019. So from only 75 billion in 2028, tumaas po sa 197 billion in 2019, tapos 216 billion in 2020, 176 in 2021, 251 in 2022, 807 in 2023, at 731 billion ng million ng 2020 billion po ng 2024.
At para sa 2026 po, ay meron pa ring proposal for unprogrammed appropriations.
Meron pa rin po.
Again, for the record, magkano po ito?
Sa NEP po, ang kasalukuyan pong total unprogrammed appropriations ay 250 billion pesos po.
Okay, so 250 billion pesos nga. So, siguro ang gusto po malaman ng taong bayan, ano po ba ang nangyari? At bakit lumobo ng ganyan ang unprogrammed appropriations simula nung mga huling taon ng Duterte administration hanggang sa kasalukuyang Marcos Jr. administration? Why? Hindi naman po ganyan historically. Meron. Madam Chair, napansin ko yung oras po tumatakbo kahit po naka-pause. Madam Chair, concerned lang po ako na naubos yung oras. Ayun, tumigil bigla.
Madam Speaker, with regard to why it increased starting 2019, we are unable to surmise as to why that's the case. So ang maaari lang po naming masagot ay yung patungkol sa pagtaas. Noong taong 2023 po, yung level po ng unprogrammed appropriations ay nasa 588 million. Isa po sa mga dahilan, billion, isa po sa mga dahilan ay nagsusubok po kasi nanggaling po tayo sa pandemya noon. So nagsusubok po sila maglagay or bumuo ng posibilidad na magkaroon ng Bayanihan 3 to spur economic development post-pandemic. So that is the case why the NEP levels for unprogrammed appropriations for both 2023 and 2024 are at 588 billion and 281 billion. But in the year 2026 po, ngayon kasi 250 billion na lang kasi wala na pong ganong inisyatibo, wala na pong posibilidad na magsubok na gumawa ng Bayanihan 3. Yun po yung sa NEP levels. With regard po to the difference between the NEP levels and the GAA levels.
Yes, I was going to ask that, Madam Speaker. Kapansin-pansin din po kasi na may mas mababang level sa proposal ng NEP kumpara doon sa lumabas sa GAA kung titignan natin yung unprogrammed appropriation. So, pwede pong maipaliwanag yun.
Opo, upon conferring with the DBCC, ito po kasing pag-akyat ng unprogrammed appropriations ay naganap po sa level ng BICAM. So given that the DBCC is not part of the BICAM, we are not able to provide a reason po as to why the unprogrammed appropriations increased at that point.
Okay, so on record po na yung paglobo ng unprogrammed appropriations ay nangyari sa BICAM. No, so parang ang sinasabi dito, Kongreso ang may kagagawan ng pagpapalobo ng BICAM. Tama po ba?
Dahil yun po ay nasa level ng BICAM, totoo po.
Tama po. So pag sinabing BICAM, so decision yan both ng House at saka ng Senate. So yun po ang ibig sabihin nun.
Opo.
Okay. Alright. So, sa totoo lang, hindi pa rin po malinaw sa akin yung paliwanag kung bakit lumobo yan. Pero siguro pag mas tignan natin yung detalye, ano ba laman ng unprogrammed appropriations, baka mas maintindihan natin. No? In particular, meron pong mga specific purposes. Sa unprogrammed appropriations po, hindi items ang tawag, di ba? Kung hindi purposes. No? Ito ang nilalagyan ng pondo, tapos yun. No, kung hihingi tayo ng breakdown ng unprogrammed appropriations, wala tayong makikitang specific items. We can only see purposes. Okay. In this case, I would like to focus on 3 purposes found in the unprogrammed appropriations. Ito yung mga unprogrammed appropriations purposes that mainly involve the DPWH, the Department of Public Works and Highways. No, nung halimbawa, please confirm yung unprogrammed appropriations po for 2022 for 2021, 2022, no, meron pong item na tinatawag na strengthening assistance for government infrastructure and social programs. No, yeah. Sorry, no. It was called Support for Infrastructure Projects and Social Programs. Ang natatandaan ko pong acronym nito ay SIPSIP. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Tama. So meron din pong sense of humor or irony or whatever ang mga gumawa ng budget dahil tinawag po nilang SIPSIP. No, itong item na ito, Support for Infrastructure Projects and Social Programs. So, would the sponsor explain ano po yung coverage o ano yung ina-allow sa ilalim ng SIPSIP? SIPSIP. Ayun ang pangalan.
Yung particular po na provision na binanggit patungkol po sa support for infrastructure projects and social programs noong taong 2022, the amount of 13,190,671,000 pesos appropriated herein, chargeable against purpose number 1, shall be used in support for infrastructure projects and social programs. Release of the fund shall be subject to special provision number 1 hereof and the guidelines issued by the agencies concerned.
Okay. Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. So actually, ang inaalaw sa ilalim ng SIPSIP are infrastructure projects as well as social programs, sa ordinaryong salita, ayuda. Tama po ba yun? Tama po ba?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, may you please repeat the last word?
So parang tinatranslate ko lang po in layman's terms, ang pinapahintulutan po sa ilalim ng SIPSIP ay karagdagang infrastructure projects at saka ayuda. Yun po yung social programs.
Not necessarily po. The social programs allowed under support for infrastructure projects and social programs, Mr. Speaker, it does not just pertain to ayuda. These are social programs that can also pertain to education, health, social protection programs. So hindi lang po siya ayuda, not limited to.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Madam Speaker. And then, at some point, tama po ba, yung SIPSIP, napalitan na po ang pangalan, naging SAGIP, Strengthening Assistance for Government Infrastructure and Social Projects. Medyo binago. Parang masagwa yata pakinggan yung SIPSIP, so ginawang SAGIP. Tama po ba? Just to clarify the terminologies, kasi nagbabago po eh.
Tama po yun. During the 2024 GAA, SIPSIP was changed to become Strengthening Assistance for Government Infrastructure and Social Programs or SAGIP. Tama po yun.
So yung SIPSIP, pinalitan, ginawang SAGIP. Okay. Now, Madam Speaker, ayon po dito, noong 2021, may 9.8 billion for may 9.8 billion for SIPSIP. 2022, it became 13.1 billion. In 2023, it became 50.03 billion. In 2024, it became a staggering 225 billion pesos. No? In 2025, 160 billion pesos. Do you confirm? I'm talking about appropriations for those items.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we can confirm that all the amounts stated by our distinguished colleague is correct.
Okay, no? So, napakalaki po ng mga appropriations para dito. Pero, okay, appropriations, especially for unprogrammed appropriations, are one thing. Pwede mo sabihin, wish list lang naman yan. Ma-activate lang naman yan, kumbaga, kung meron ngang additional revenues na pumasok. No? So, it's also important when studying unprogrammed appropriations kung magkano yung actual releases for these particular purposes. At ang nakita po namin, ito 2022 SIPSIP, it's the appropriation was 13.19 billion. 2022. 2022, 13.19 billion, but the actual release, ang inappropriate, 13.1 billion. The actual release was 37.8 billion pesos. Sumobra.
Mr. Speaker, tama po yun. Para po sa taong 2022, ang releases po para sa SIPSIP ay 37.03 billion.
Yes, releases to DPWH. Tama po ba? Okay. Yan po, siguro kailangan ng paliwanag. Paano po nangyari yun? There was an appropriated amount of 13.1 billion, but the actual releases exceeded the appropriated amount, 37 billion. Exceeded it by 24.6 billion.
Mr. Speaker, my apologies. Was there a question in this, or is it a confirmation of how
Humingi
much
po
it
tayo ng
exceeded?
explanation kung bakit ang appropriated amount, 13.1, ang nirelease, 37.
Mr. Speaker, we'll just quickly confirm po. Mr. Speaker, if with
Alright.
courtesy to Representative Tino, may we request the Secretary to please stop the clock while I'm conferring with the DBM para po hindi lang po mabawasan yung oras ng ating
Thank you.
distinguished interpellator. I think we can deduct a few minutes po from his interpellation time if that would be allowed by the body.
Thank you. Magdagdag na lang po ng extra time, parang sa football. Para hindi po tumagal, I can give an answer and you can confirm. Pwede po?
Mr. Speaker, we
sige po.
have the figures.
Okay.
So for 2022 po, ito pong 37 billion, actually po 21 billion of that was released to DSWD under Office of the Secretary, 6.2 billion towards funding requirements for the implementation of the Targeted Cash Transfer or TCT program, 4.1 billion towards the requirements for the implementation of the Targeted Cash Transfer program, a separate release, and a third release for assistance to individuals in crisis situations, so AICS po. So matotal po, napunta po out of the 37 billion ay 21 billion papunta po sa 21.4 billion papunta sa DSWD. Bukod po doon, the other 13 billion went to DA. Napunta po yung 8 billion sa implementation of RFFA, yung Rice Farmers Financial Assistance, and the other 4 billion went to the implementation of the fertilizer support or voucher program. So, yun po yung 34 billion. Hanapin lang po namin yung 3 billion. Yun na po yung hindi namin mahanap. Pero
Sige.
karamihan po ng 37 billion na na-release under SIPSIP for year 2022 sa DSWD at DA po napunta, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. Mas nalinawan po. So mainly they went to social programs, what would be called social programs. Pero actually, yung tanong ko po was more, why is it that the appropriated amount was for 13.1 billion, but the released amount was 37 billion, no? Ibig sabihin, mas malaki pa ang ginastos kesa sa appropriated.
Mr. Speaker, in the GAA 2022 GAA, there's a special provision that says that amounts under the unprogrammed appropriations may be subjected to modification of amounts within the authorized purposes.
Yes, this is precisely what I wanted to bring out. No, na actually, sa unprogrammed appropriations, matagal na po yan. Merong ganyang buried in the special provisions is to me, it's quite a unique provision, no, which authorizes, in this case, the DBM, no, to modify the amounts, no. Amounts that are appropriated for one purpose may be used to increase the amounts for another purpose within the unprogrammed appropriation. So in other words, binibigyan po in this case, ang DBM, no, ng Kongreso ng kapangyarihan na kung gusto nyong dagdagan ang particular na purpose na ito under unprogrammed appropriations, you have the power to do so. No? Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Ayun. So yun po ang gusto nating erase, no? That this is sabi ko nga, it's only in the case of the unprogrammed appropriations that Congress has delegated such power to the executive, no? Usually may mga amounts na tinatakda ang Kongreso, hindi na pwedeng malagpasan yon. It's only the President through augmentation from savings where, pwede madagdagan yung amount na tinakda ng Kongreso. So, yun po ang gusto nating idiin, no? Kaya po, Madam Chair, do you also confirm that apart from binanggit natin yung SIPSIP, tapos yung SAGIP, no, meron ding under unprogrammed appropriations, particularly for 2023, there was a purpose called Priority Infrastructure Program for roads, bridges, multipurpose buildings, facilities, flood control, and water systems. And that Congress appropriated 145.4 billion pesos under that purpose.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we can confirm that for the year 2023, under support for infrastructure projects and programs, there is an amount of, ang nandito lang po though is for 50 billion, 50 billion, 33,172,000 po.
50?
50 billion po.
Meron po tayong okay. That's SAGIP. That is SAGIP. Yes, that's SAGIP, the 50 billion. I am talking about another purpose called Priority Infrastructure Program for roads, bridges, multipurpose buildings, facilities, flood control, and water systems. 145 po.
Mr. Speaker, our apologies, hanapin lang po namin sa 2023
Sige po.
GAA. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
we were able to find it
Yes.
po in the 2023 GAA. Nahanap po namin yon. The amount mentioned by the Honorable Tino is correct po, 145.4 billion for priority infrastructure program for roads, bridges, multipurpose buildings and facilities, and flood control and water systems.
Yes, may napakalaking halaga po, 145 billion for additional infrastructure, including flood control, no? At in fact, apart from that, meron din po sa UA, sa unprogrammed appropriations, the amount of maintenance, the maintenance, repair, and rehabilitation of infrastructure facilities, routine maintenance of national roads. No, in 2023 and 2024, there were amounts also appropriated for that. Tama po ba? Meron po.
Number 20. How much? Meron po for 2023 unprogrammed appropriations, meron pong 1.8 billion.
Actually, it's 9.3 billion in 2023 and 3
Tama
billion
po.
in 2024.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. We were able to find the correct entry. Tama po yun. It's 9.3 billion for the 2023 unprogrammed appropriations.
Now let's talk about releases po, releases. Okay.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I'm just confirming with the DBM. We just want to make sure that we find the correct figure po. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I will put forward the figures, Mr. Speaker, para we can move forward. Ano? So nabanggit po natin, may mga programs, particularly yung SAGIP at saka yung Priority Infrastructure Program for roads, bridges, flood control, and so on, plus the maintenance and rehabilitation. No? These are all in the unprogrammed funds. And based on the NEP itself, lumalabas po that in 2023, 60 billion pesos was released. 60.8 billion was released to DPWH for the Priority Infrastructure Program for roads, bridges, flood control, and the like. In 2024, 155.8 billion was released for Sagip to DPWH. Plus, for both years, 13.5 billion was released for maintenance of roads, all from the unprogrammed appropriations. In short, in just the past, in these past 2 years, 2023 and 2024 alone, over 248 billion, no? An additional 248 billion in infrastructure funding was released from unprogrammed appropriations. This is on top of the programmed appropriations and releases, yung normal flood control na malaki na nasa DPWH noong 2023-2024. Tama po ba yun, Madam Speaker or Mr. Speaker?
Promise. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we can confirm that the amounts mentioned by Representative Tino were all released to DPWH.
Yes, okay. So again, idiin po natin. Noong 2023, okay, ito po, for the record po, noong 2023, magkano po ang pondo para sa flood control ng DPWH at saka noong 2024? Yung program po, program. Program. Yes, program po. At saka flood control na lang po tinatanong natin. Yung 02 po sa DPWH, alam niyo naman yun, di ba?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, para po sa taong 2023, we can confirm that the total amount for flood management program is at 185
Okay.
billion. And then for 2024 po, ang total po ay 244 billion. Combination po yun ng locally funded and foreign assisted projects na flood control.
Okay, so 2023 po, 2023 po ay 144 billion.
185 billion po, Mr.
185
Speaker.
billion, 2024, 244 billion for flood control alone.
That is
no?
correct, Mr.
Yan ang
Speaker.
nasa programmed appropriations, no? At naka-itemize po yan dahil nasa programmed appropriations. Kitang-kita po ang bawat proyekto naka-specify line per line item. Tama po, naka-line item po yan.
Tama
No.
po, Mr. Speaker, dahil programmed appropriations po
Okay.
siya, naka-line item po.
Pero ang gusto po nating ibigyan ng pansin dito na meron pa po sa unprogrammed appropriations for 2023 and 2024. Di pa nga natin pinag-uusapan yung 2025. 2023 and 2024 na at least, let me correct myself, 243 billion in additional infrastructure projects. Hindi lahat flood control, pero kasama doon ang flood control, 243 billion pesos na nasa unprogrammed appropriations. No? So, yung mga proyekto na nasa sumbong mo sa Pangulo website po, ayun po ay mga programmed appropriations lang. Tama po ba, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mis-
dapat magkasama po yung program that
Yes,
program.
Mr. Speaker. Ibig sabihin, again, yung nasa sumbong sa Pangulo website na flood control projects, yun lang po yung nasa programmed appropriations. Hindi pa po nakikita ng publiko yung napakalaking halaga na nasa unprogrammed appropriations. Bakit ko? Okay. Sabi ko nga, up to 243 billion in total infrastructure projects, not all flood control. Pero malaking bahagi po flood control. Bakit po natin dinidiin ito, Mr. Speaker? Dahil nga, nakita na natin yung nangyari sa Senado. May isang senador doon. Sabi niya, hanapin nyo sa GAB, hanapin nyo sa GAA ang aking flood control. May dala pa siyang libro, wala nga sa GAA. No? Yung pala, nasa unprogrammed appropriations at pinapakita po natin gaano kalaki ito. Ngayon, Madam Speaker, kailangan na po nating malaman, tama po ba yung unprogrammed appropriations, these infrastructure projects, hindi po naka-line item ito?
The
Hindi
chair
po,
reminds
hindi po, Mr. Speaker.
Rep. Tinio to wrap up his
Okay po.
interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, if I may po, we have here the specific amount as to the level of UA releases that of which are flood control projects for 2023 po, 34 billion, and for 2024 po ay 107 billion. So across 2023 and 2024, 142 billion po yung na-release galing sa programmed appropriations para sa flood control. At tama po si ating distinguished colleague na hindi po naka-line item kapag galing po sa, kapag nasa GAA po as unprogrammed appropriations.
Mr. Speaker, tingin ko dapat pong hingiin natin sa DBM na i-publish po ang lahat ng mga flood control. In fact, lahat ng pinaglaanan ng unprogrammed appropriations. No? In the spirit of transparency, hindi po maaari na napakalaking halaga, 243 billion pesos po to. Hindi alam ng publiko kung saan napunta. So, can we have a commitment from the DBM to submit the complete list of these projects? Doon nga natagpuan yung 600 million pesos na flood control projects daw pala ng isang senador. No? So, ano pa kaya ang makikita natin doon? Can we have that? Can we have the list and can that be made available to the public as well, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Rep. Tinio, your time has expired. Majority Leader.
Yes.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker, with the permission of the body, the majority. We will, I would just like to respond to the query of Representative Tinio. Mr. Speaker, right now, what we can provide would be the SARO numbers of all of the flood control releases under the unprogrammed appropriations. But what the DBM commits is that they can furnish and we can furnish a copy to Representative Tinio regarding the complete list of projects, flood control projects that were released from unprogrammed appropriations. May I ask, Mr. Speaker, our distinguished colleague, as to what the time frame is for the data that he is asking for?
It's for the unprogrammed appropriations, funded from unprogrammed appropriations under this administration, kasi yun po ang saklaw nila, no? So at hindi na lang po flood control, lahat na po ng mga infrastructure projects, yung napunta sa DPWH.
All right.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we commit to provide the
Mr.
data.
Speaker, isang tanong na lang po. Anyway, kanina po medyo tumatakbo yung oras kahit nagko-confer pa po. Okay. Could you just explain sino po ang nagtatakda? Paano? Kasi nga, lump sum lang po yung unprogrammed appropriations. Sino po ang nag-decide? No, kung anong mga proyekto ang maipapasok dyan? At ano po ang papel ng presidente dito? Presidente ng Pilipinas. Hindi po ba kailangan ng approval ng presidente ng Pilipinas bago maipasok sa unprogrammed appropriations at ma-release ang pera sa mga proyektong ito? Yun na po, the president's role.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would like to read the provision pertaining to the release of funds under the unprogrammed appropriations. As further provided under the same special provisions, the release of funds shall be subject to the submission of a special budget request pursuant to Section 353, Chapter 5, Book 6 of Executive Number 292, with regard to the following. For excess revenue collections, issuance of a certification that remitted collections to the BTR from a particular revenue source has exceeded the corresponding revenue collections target. Or 2, for new revenue collections, issuance of a certification that remitted collections identified were not part of or nor included in the original revenue allocations target reflected. The issuance of, in the case of approved loans for foreign assisted projects or FAPs, the issuance of SARO covering the loan proceeds shall be subject to submission by the agency concerned of a special budget, together with a physical and financial plan, project profile, and a copy of the perfected loan agreement as approved in accordance with pertinent laws, rules, regulations, and guidelines issued thereon. The safeguard po is that there is a particular menu that that needs to be adhered to. For those not requiring excess or new revenue collections, ang pwede lang pong i-petition doon for a special budget request would be support to foreign assisted projects and budgetary support to GOCCs. And for the second type, for those requiring excess or new revenue collections, what would only be allowed would be personal benefits, social services, GOP counterpart of foreign assistance projects, infrastructure projects, and other priority projects authorized within unprogrammed UA purposes. Ang nagdedesisyon po with regard to what to do, whether to grant or not grant a special budget request, would be the head of a particular agency, kung saan po linodge yung unprogrammed appropriation. So we can definitively say po na wala pong papel ang Pangulo sa pag-approve or pag-disapprove ng special budget request patungkol po sa unprogrammed appropriations.
Okay, so importanteng punto po ito. Gusto malaman ng taong bayan. Sino po ang pumayag na maipasok ang proyekto, ang mga dagdag na proyekto or insertions sa unprogrammed appropriations? Ang malinaw na sinasabi po ng ating sponsor, yung secretary. So in the case of the DPWH, the additional projects, yung flood control na missing pero natagpuan sa unprogrammed appropriations, secretary po ang nag-approve ng project na yon. Secretary Bunuan in that case.
Mr.
Tama po.
Speaker, if I may clarify, my apologies po, just to clarify the response. Ang nag-approve po ng pag-submit na special budget request ay ang secretary or ang head of agency,
Okay.
pero ang mag-approve po ay ang DBM.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
So it's the, Mr. Speaker, so it's the secretary who submits and the DBM that approves the special budget request. However, a final point, I promise, Mr. Speaker, final point, with regard to the release of the SARO for the special budget request. Malinaw po sa National Budget Circulars ng DBM, no, that the release of the SARO, let me quote, new items of appropriations subject to the clearance approval of the Office of the President. And for 2025, NBC, the NBC for budget releases for DPWH infrastructure projects, kailangan po ng certification by the Department Secretary. Okay, kasama po yun. Certification from the agency head is required, but another requirement is approval of the President. Hindi po ba tama? In other words, yes, ang nag-approve na maipasok sa unprogrammed appropriations yung proyekto, Secretary ng DPWH plus Secretary ng DBM. However, yung release ng pondo through the SARO, kailangan po may approval ng President. Di po ba tama yon?
Madam Sponsor, kindly respond.
Mr. Speaker, we believe, upon conferring with the DBM, iba po yung tinutukoy ng ating distinguished colleague. This pertains to SICA, specific to the veto message of the President for the 2025 GAA. So yung ganun pong requirement na kailangan po ng approval ng Office of the President, specific po yon to SICA, yung tinatawag po na congressional insertions. SICA.
Congressional insertions.
Basta SICA.
SICA.
But that's not the...
But we, at the very beginning of the interpellation,
Yes, po.
the sponsor agreed and granted that the unprogrammed appropriations were all congressional insertions, Madam Speaker.
That is,
Mr. Speaker.
again, Mr. Speaker, that is not a usual, that is not the usual case. That is not the usual procedure. Yung specific example po na nabanggit ng ating distinguished colleague that requires the approval of the Office of the President was specific to the veto message in the 2025 GAA pertaining to increases in appropriations or new budget items. So hindi po yon.
Thank you, Madam
usual
Sponsor,
procedure.
and thank you, Rep. Pino. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Isidro T. Ungab of the 3rd District of Davao City for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker,
Rep.
parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Congresswoman Laila de Lima.
Just 2 points, please, of inquiry. Number one, can we be clarified? Because I don't think it's in the rules, and that I don't think there was any mention about this when we started the deliberations, the interpellations. So it's 30 minutes for each interpellator.
That is correct,
Maximum of 30
Honorable
minutes,
Laila de Lima.
inclusive of the response of the sponsor. Is that the rule? Is
Majority Leader.
Is it inclusive or exclusive of the response of the sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I was not able to hear the entire question of the Honorable De Lima. May I be allowed to hear it once more so I can get a clearer answer?
Okay, my
proceed.
first point of inquiry is what exactly is the allotted time for each interpellator? Is it a maximum of 30 minutes? If it is it inclusive of the responses of the sponsor or exclusive? So that we know exactly.
It's inclusive, but we give allowance if the sponsor takes time to verify her answer with the agency. And we also give a little more time allowance if the reply of the sponsor takes longer than what is expected by the interpellator, ma'am.
Oh, so there's some flexibility.
Of course, especially
Although-
for you.
Although
Especially
the
for you.
general rule is really maximum of 30
Yes, ma'am.
minutes. Second point of inquiry. Okay, we agree that what we're going to ask now would be the general principles and general provisions as well as the agencies comprising the DBCC.
Yes.
My question is, am I correct in assuming that when we do our interpellation, we can actually join already our questions with respect to the general provisions as well as to the questions for the DBCC? Because I understand this is only my understanding. That's why I need some enlightenment. That when we speak of general provisions and general principles, necessarily it has to do with the preparation of the whole budget and
Right.
not just the individual agencies, correct?
You can include your questions pertaining to certain industry
Yes.
agencies, but if you have specific questions, say for example, a specific question for the DOF, you can always wait when the DOF will have its sponsorship.
Yeah, I asked that specifically because, I want to know whether the first, when we interpolate, and that's a maximum of 30 minutes, and then we just focus on the general principles of the general provisions, we can still do our questioning for purposes of the DBCC budget.
Yeah, while the sponsor is prepared to answer questions that may tackle items under DOF, it would be advisable and ideal for the sake of our time constraint, that if we are debating on the general principles and the general provisions, let's limit our questions to that and move on to the agencies when it becomes agency specific.
Okay, so we can actually do it separately, or we
Right.
just combine both in the interest of time.
I hope that we can be specific to the topic being deliberated.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
De Lima. Yes,
can you-
Majority Leader.
May I ask for a few minutes suspension to confer with the sponsor of the chairman of appropriations?
Session suspended. Session is Session is resumed. The Honorable Isidro Ungab is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady sponsor, the sponsoring chairman, the Appropriations Committee, yield to a few questions from this representation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, would be very honored to receive questions from our distinguished colleague, Kong Sid Ungab. Also, an appropriations chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, medyo mahaba yung mga questions ko, so babasahin ko na lang yung premise at questions, lahat. Then mag-take note ka na lang, then sagutin mo lahat sa dulo, so we can save time.
Please proceed, Honorable Ungab.
Before I go and ask some questions on the 2026 General Appropriations Act, Appropriations Bill pala, let me ask a few questions on 2024 and 2025 budget to address what I consider the most critical budgetary questions of our time. One that threatens not only our national development, but also our standing in the international financial community. I speak of the systematic defunding of foreign assisted projects, a practice that has rendered the 2024 and 2025 national budgets the most distorted and compromised spending plans ever passed by Congress. Let me start with the 2024 budget. Let me begin with irrefutable facts. In 2024, the President requested 246 billion for foreign assisted projects. Congress authorized a mere 3.9 billion, only 1.6% of the requested amount. The remaining 242 billion was transferred to unprogrammed appropriations. Ito yata yung ginawang fund source sa sinabi ni Kong Tinio kanina. The devastation was comprehensive. 9 major departments received zero from their foreign assisted projects requests. DPWH requested 70.7 billion, received zero. DOTR requested 161.3 billion, received only 3.5 billion or 2.2%. Critical infrastructure, health, education, and agricultural projects, all defunded. Now let's go to the 2025 budget. Despite widespread criticism, the pattern persisted. From the President's 215.6 billion foreign assisted projects request, Congress authorized only 66 billion, a 149.64 billion or 69.4% reduction. But here's what should alarm every Filipino. Of this reduction, 115.22 billion are loan proceeds, funds already committed by development partners. 34.42 billion in GOP counterpart funds were also moved to unprogrammed appropriations. Mr. Speaker, let me explain the technical impossibility created by this decision. Loan proceeds require government of the Philippines counterpart to be released. This is standard in all ODA agreements. GOP counterpart was moved to unprogrammed appropriations. Loan proceeds were also moved to unprogrammed appropriations. What is the result? neither can be accessed. Both become phantom appropriations, dependent on excess revenues that may never materialize. This isn't just poor planning. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of how foreign assistance works. Allow me to cite concrete casualties of this fiscal massacre. 1, Metro Manila subway project, 21 or 31.6 billion in 2024 and 18.3 billion, 31 billion in JICA loan proceeds. Metro Manila subway project, 31.5 billion in JICA loan proceeds. North to South commuter railway project, 49.5 billion slashed. Flood management projects, 26.5 billion in 2024 and 18.3 billion in 2025. All loan proceeds in 2024 were gone. Bataan Cavite Interlink Bridge, 81.6% of funding obliterated. These projects carry sovereign guarantees. Formal, binding commitments where the Philippine government guarantees loan repayments to international institutions. The President himself signed these agreements. We have already paid commitment fees. When Congress defunds these guaranteed projects, we face, number 1, higher commitment fees for delayed implementation. 2, damaged relationships with developer, loss of credibility in negotiating future assistance. 2 taon nangyari. We negotiated. Alam nyo ba kung gaano katindi ang kahihiyan nito? We negotiated with World Bank, ADB, JICA, AIIB, South Korea, Economic Cooperation Fund, etc. We signed agreements with fanfare. We paid commitment fees, and now we tell them, sorry, inilipat namin sa program. Depende na lang kung may excess revenue. We are becoming a laughing stock of the international development finance community. 2 taon nangyari. This raises constitutional and legal questions that demand immediate answers. Is this not grave abuse of discretion when the Bicameral Conference Committee fundamentally alters committed international agreements? That's number 1. Number 2, where was the technical review? How did the 242 billion loan proceeds in 2024 and 149 billion in 2025 get recategorized without any raising alarms? 3, who bears command responsibility for this fiscal catastrophe? 4, exactly what insertions occupied the 242 billion and 149 billion in 242 billion in 2024 and 149 billion in 2025 billion. I'm referring to the fiscal space created after it was deleted or reused or removed. Sino kaya ang membro ng Bicameral Conference Committee na may kagagawa nito? Bakit na-approve at napirmahan ang Bicameral Conference Committee report despite the massacre of our foreign assisted projects or ODA funds? This goes beyond incompetence. This suggests either gross negligence or deliberate sabotage of our development agenda. These aren't just numbers. These represent bridges that would be built while traffic costs us 3.5 billion daily. Flagship flood control project systems absent while communities drown each typhoon season. Railways unbuilt while millions suffered in congested cities. Agricultural programs stalled while farmers remain in poverty. Not because we lack funds, not because projects are not ready, but because of fiscal irresponsibility at the highest level. Another major issue is that the fiscal space created by realigning these foreign assisted projects were then replaced by projects inserted by the Bicameral Conference Committee. Projects which did not pass through the NEDA's Investment Coordination Committee, did not go through the Regional Development Council, and are not aligned with the Philippine Development Plan nor the medium-term fiscal framework. This means that internationally backed infrastructure projects essential to the country's development were hijacked and substituted na chap-chap with parochial, politically motivated insertions, betraying established planning institutions, ignoring technical vetting, and undermine fiscal discipline. This maneuver doesn't just create fiscal waste, it undermines the entire development planning framework of the Philippines. NEDA, ICC, now, they were bypassed. Multi-billion peso projects inserted without technical financial evaluation. RDCs ignored, regional priorities sidelined in favor of political insertions. National development goals discarded, insertions not linked to the PDP or medium-term fiscal framework. This is budget banditry, plain and simple. The Bicameral Conference Committee has overstepped its mandate. Its responsibility is to reconcile budget items, not to create new pet projects that never pass through the country's official planning process. What was done is both reckless and unconstitutional. Ang tanong, ito ba yung ginawang source ng insertions ng flood control projects? Insertions, automatic appropriations, like road users tax infra projects, ito ba yung ginawang source ng ayuda para sa kapos ang kita or AKAP? Mr. Speaker, I demand clear answers to these questions. Number one, to the economic team. What immediate actions were taken to remedy the situation when both GOP counterpart and loan proceeds for PAPs were relegated to unprogrammed appropriations? How was this explained to our international financing institutions? What was the response to the executive department? Was this critical issue raised in the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Committee meetings? If yes, what was the consensus? If no, why was such a fundamental issue ignored? Number three, to the Committee on Appropriations, can I get your commitment, Madam Chairman, to defend the foreign assisted projects budget to ensure that the Philippines maintains good standing with international financial institutions? Foreign assisted projects will never be again realigned to unprogrammed appropriations, and a systematic review of all diverted projects for possible restoration. Mr. Speaker, this is not just about fiscal policy. This is not just about bad budgeting. This is an assault on fiscal integrity, on development planning, and on the dignity of our nation. We cannot allow 149.64 billion in 2025 and 242 billion in 2024 for vital infrastructure to be killed for the sake of political insertions. We cannot betray our international partners who trusted us. And we cannot make Filipinos wait any longer for bridges, subways, flood control, and railways that they desperately need. This was shameless and was reckless. And this was a betrayal of our national interest. Nakakahiya na talaga. This represents shameless disregard to our international commitments, shameful treatment of critical projects, and what appears to be insatiable greed for those who orchestrated this diversion. We cannot and we must not allow this to continue. Our credibility as a nation, our development trajectory, and the welfare of millions of Filipinos hang in a balance. I call for, one, immediate restoration of foreign assisted project funding to program appropriations. 2, full investigation of how this happened. 3, systemic reforms to prevent future occurrences. 4, public accountability for those responsible. Tama na, sobra na. The Filipino people deserve transparency, accountability, and a government that honors its commitments, both to its citizens and to the international financial community. Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear the response of the sponsoring lady from the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Micaela Swansing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague, also former chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations. So the economic team is also cognizant of the fact that all of these have essentially resulted to two. There's project slippage. So meron pong commitment fees that were paid by the government. And second po, and more importantly, it's the opportunity cost. What we would have already benefited from economically and in terms of the daily, improving the quality of life of the Filipinos every day, hindi po natin na-realize yun because of the delays in the implementation. So, what the immediate action that was taken, specifically with regard to the 2024 FAPs that were removed, just so we won't fail to meet our obligations with our international partners, our economic managers were able to find a source in order to finance both especially the GOP counterpart for these projects. So nagawan po ng paraan ng economic managers natin just so there's no hit to the country. But again, the economic team and as well in the Committee on Appropriations, we recognize the implications of the funding in FAPs being slashed. So on the part of the Committee on Appropriations, we commit that we will not do this for the 2026 budget. You will also see in the committee report that was filed by the Committee on Appropriations that we did not touch the foreign assisted projects in any of the agencies, be that DPWH, be that DOTR, MMDA, and the like. So yun po yung commitment namin on the part of the Committee on Appropriations, that recognizing the negative impact of slashing the funding for FAPs, hindi po natin gagawin to sa 2026 budget.
Yes, I think we both agree that this is a very important question, hindi lang sa ating bayan, sa ating bansa, kundi sa international community. Because we applied for these loans. At saka, hindi basta-basta na-approve itong loans. May proseso. Meron tayong ginagawang comprehensive feasibility study, may master plan. Saka, nagpapadala pa yan sila ng ang creditor, ang foreign creditors, nagpapadala pa yan sila ng evaluation team, no? Na bivet pa yung ating mga proposals. So nakakahiya, meron ako pang natin, isang fanfare. Doon sa Davao, si Presidente mismo at saka yung Presidente ng ADB nagpirma. Pagdating sa GAA, zero, walang lumabas. Kakahiya. No, may pictures pa kayo. Nandun si Sec Amina, saka si Sec Balisakan yata doon, na-remember ko. Nagkakahiya na may pictures tayo, tapos pagdating sa GAA, zero yung budget. Now, my next question, nakabayad na tayo ng mga commitment fees dito. Baka nakabayad na rin tayo ng penalties. Is there still a possibility that we can avail again those loans at saka we can restore the relationship? You know, in banking kasi, gentleman's agreement is very important. No?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. According to the Department of Finance, we have paid the commitment fees amounting to 2.4 2022 to 2024.
Actually, to make the long story short, ang ginawa kasi nila, big ticket projects ito, flagship projects. Nilipat sa program, yung fiscal space pinalitan ng mga chop-chop ng mga projects na maliit. And I think that's the subject of investigations right now. Yun yung ginawang fund source ng mga illegal na appropriations. No? Naiintindihan ko kasi medyo nakakaintindi tayo ng figures. Now, let me go to the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, I seek clarification from our esteemed colleagues at the DBCC regarding the 2026 National Disbursement Program. First, I would like to confirm my understanding of the relationship between the proposed 2026 cash-based obligation budget of 6.793 trillion and the program cash disbursement of 6.630 trillion. May I ask what is the exact total projected cash disbursement for 2026?
Mr. Speaker, among the two figures mentioned by our distinguished colleague, it is the 6.6 billion that will be the projected cash
Sinagot ko na
disbursement.
pala. Nandoon kasi sa President's budget message. Based on the fiscal program, my reading is that the 2026 cash disbursement program of 6.630 trillion will also cover prior year's obligation or accounts payable. If we make at least 10% estimate as in previous years, the projected payable will amount to 663 billion pesos. This leaves an effective balance of only 5.967 trillion to support current year spending from 2026 budget. Does this imply that a huge amount of the 2026 NEP may be obligated in 2026, but will only be paid in succeeding years? If so, how much? If so, how much is the amount to cover accounts payable in succeeding years?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is correct. Essentially, the difference between the two, the amount as stated in the NEP, which is 6.793 trillion pesos, and the
Please,
actual
again,
cash
madam.
obligations
Slower,
will be paid
slower.
next year.
600.
Yung difference po between the amount, the total amount of the NEP, which is 6.793 trillion pesos, and the amount of the total cash disbursements, which is 6.63 trillion.
Yes.
So the difference po is around 1.5.
5.967.
Yeah, yung difference po nung kanina,
Yes,
6.793 minus 6.63. So the difference being around 1.
So yung question ko, Madam Chair, is how much is set aside to cover accounts payable in succeeding years? Actually, kaya ko tinanong to kasi nung araw, nandun ito sa budget circular. Ngayon, wala.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. It's 163 billion that would be expected, that will be obligated this year, but will be actually disbursed next year.
How much again?
163 billion po. Yun po yung difference ng total amount of the NEP, which is 6.793 trillion, and the expected cash disbursements po, which is 6.63 trillion. 163 billion pesos po.
Ma'am, kindly check your figures because I have here the figures based on the National Budget Memorandum 155 in July 2, 2025, Budget Memorandum 152, April 30, 2024, Budget Memorandum 148, May 12, 2023, Budget Memorandum number 144, dated June 8, 2022, and National Budget Memorandum number 141, dated June 15, 2021. The figures that I would like to cite, these are the accounts payable. These are to be paid in the succeeding years. Yung kanina, yung tinanong ko, accounts payable in the previous years. Ito naman, accounts payable in the succeeding years. The figures in 2022 is 533 billion. In 2023, 715 billion. In 2024, 750 billion. 2025, hindi clear yung figures sa 25 at saka 2026. Kaya ako hinihingi kasi, ma'am, gumagawa kayo nito, di ba? Budget memorandum.
Opo.
Nag-approve tayo ng medium-term fiscal framework. At saka medium-term fiscal framework, nagsasubmit talaga tayo ng ating projections. Pagdating kasi sa 2025 issuance niyo ng National Budget Memorandum, nawala yung derivation of fiscal year 2025 cash-based budget in billions of pesos. Nandito naka-reflect yung projected accounts payable. Kasi yung accounts payable natin, accounts payable in previous years at saka accounts payable in succeeding years. I just want to establish how much really is our cash-based budget, how much will be actually released. Kasi, sasabihin ko lang ito, ang daming nagtatanong, especially the man on the street, layman. Pag nagpe-press release ang DBM, 80%, 90%, 100% of the budget is already released. Akala nila, yung amount na release na. No, that is just an obligation. Ang gusto kong malaman, how much? Because I am worried, there is a piling up of accounts payable already. Tinitingnan to eh. Since 2022 hanggang ngayon, umaakyat yung accounts payable. So, I want to know kung yung budget nito, how much it will be actually released.
Mr. Speaker, if I may clarify po. So out of the, ito yung total. Okay.
Gumawa ako ng projection pero baka mali eh.
Mr. Speaker?
Hintayin
Yes.
natin yung DOF at saka DBM.
Upon conferring with DOF and the DBM, so the total disbursement program for year 2026 is 6.63 trillion. And then out of that, the amount that will be disbursed with regard to the prior year's accountabilities is 1.19 trillion. And for current year disbursements, it's 5.44 trillion.
Please repeat.
Apa. So out of the 6.63 trillion that will be disbursed, the cash disbursements po for 2026, the prior year's disbursements from the previous po, it's actually at 18%. So it is
15%, 15.
18 po.
18. Mali ako, yung projection ko 10% lang.
Opo,
So,
18%
18%.
po.
Okay,
Yes po.
18%.
Which
okay.
amounts to 1.19 trillion. And then for the current year disbursements, it's 5.44 trillion. So out of the 6.63 trillion po na cash disbursement natin for 2026, 18% of that will be allocated to prior years, accountabilities for prior years, so prior year disbursement, and the current year disbursements account for 82% po.
Yung how much yung ilagay natin for succeeding years?
For the succeeding years po, yun po yung kanina, the deficit would be 163 billion. Yun po yung maki-carry over to 2027. So it will be obligated in the year 2026, pero sa 2027 pa po, tama, sa 2027 pa po madidisburse.
Pwede na lang ako maghingi sa DBCC ng figures. Padala nyo na lang sa akin kay pag-aralan ko. Anyway, hindi pa naman siguro to. Meron pa naman bago tayo mag-approve. Babalikan ko kayo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we would be very happy to share a copy of the computations with our distinguished colleague.
Now, my next question is, should not we be alarmed that there is a trend in the piling up of accounts payable from 2022 to present umakyat? If this continues, it could potentially consume a large portion of each year's cash disbursement program in the years. Apektado yung 2027. Next question, how does the DBCC project annual cash disbursement? While I understand this depends on government revenue, how do you determine which projects or programs will not be paid within the current year? and which will be paid in subsequent years. Ang tanong, ganito. Hindi yan nare-release lahat kasi meron tayong accounts payable previous years. May accounts payable naman for succeeding years. So, ano yung hindi mo nababayaran? What are the particular items in the budget na ipopostpone mo na ang bayad in the succeeding years? Pwede ba natin malista yan? Because I think si Sec Ralph galing pareho, galing sa legislature, dan sa executive. I think determining what to release is still a legislative function. Although may gray area kasi pwedeng sabihin ng executive, amin yan. No? Ang gusto kong malaman is kung ano yung items that will be released in the succeeding years. We want that itemized habang nandito pa sa Kongreso. Pwede ba? Si Secretary torn between two lovers, pareho yan siyang executive at legislature.
Mr. Speaker, upon conferring with the DOF, so that the budget execution is an executive function. It actually lies with the agency, the heads of agencies, to decide which of their accounts payable they want to, or obligations they want to pay for this year, and which ones can wait until the following fiscal year.
So we just want transparency in that. No, kailangan because what I am worried is that if accounts payable keeps piling up at hindi nababayaran, baka abutin ng siyam-siyam. And I think there was an executive order or a memo circular in the past that pag ang age ng accounts payable mo lalampas na ng 2 years, pupunto na yan sa savings, sa treasury. Kawawa naman yung umaasa na ma-implement pa yung projects. Well, my time is up. I just want to, last but not least, just a clarification. A lot of people keep asking me, or sometimes nababasa natin sa mga newspapers, na DBM has released this much, 60%, 80%, o fully released. Akala kasi ng tao, ma'am, fully released. Hindi pa. Kaya ko sinasabi, meron pang mga accounts payable. So, it is just an authority to obligate. Yung actual cash disbursement, wala pa. So, actual cash disbursement, kaya ko sinasabi, babantayan natin kasi marami tayong utang, may program na. Ang dami natin yung babantayan. Babantayan na rin natin yung accounts payable because if accounts payable keeps on increasing, just like any firm, you have to keep track of your accounts payable. So yun lang po muna as of now. Actually, ang dami ko talagang questions. No? 2026 budget, you're in good hands with the, actually, medyo matanda na talaga ko dito. Yung nanay nito, vice chair ko noon sa Ways and Means chairman ako. At ang tatay nito, vice chair ko ng appropriations. No? And I found the chairman is very energetic and workaholic. No? So let's work. I belong to the independent. I do not belong to majority or minority, but I'm offering my experience in budgeting to help go through the problems. Ang daming problema created by, akala ko 24 and 20, pati pala 23. Madaming problema. 23, 24, 25. I think we are in a mess that should be solved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you,
Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Ungab.
Speaker. If I
Yeah.
may be allowed to respond. So that is a
Please.
very good point raised by our distinguished colleague, and I am truly grateful and honored. That is an incredible opportunity po. I am I would be very, very happy po to collaborate with also great appropriations chairperson in the person of the Honorable Sid Ungab. So I would be very happy po to collaborate with you to ensure that whichever issues arose in previous budgets will not happen in the 2026 budget. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Presley De Jesus of PhilReca Party List.
Honorable Presley De Jesus is recognized.
Thank
may
you,
proceed.
Mr. Speaker. May the good sponsor yield some question from this representation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, would be very happy to field questions from the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Since alam po natin budget season ngayon at mga Pilipinong kababayan natin ngayon naghihintay, they're watching us right now, no? My first question, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Out of the Philippine budget po natin is 6.793 trillion national budget for fiscal year 2026. What percentage is allocated to debt service?
Mr. Speaker, the percentage would be 14% allotted towards debt servicing.
So it's 14.41%. Is that right, Mr.
That is
Speaker,
correct,
Madam
Mr.
Sponsor?
Speaker. That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
So if it's about 14.41%, it translates to 978 billion point 70 of the proposed budget. Is this correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that translates to about 950 billion pesos.
So what is our projected revenues for fiscal year 2026 from BIR, from Bureau of Customs, and other revenues?
That would be 5,490 billion po.
Can you itemize from BIR po and then from Bureau of Customs and other revenues kung saan ho magdidrive so that alam po natin kung saan nanggagaling talaga at makita natin yung bulk ng ating revenue to be generated or forecast revenue.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so the tax revenues that we project would be at 4.63 trillion. 3.57 trillion of that would come from the BIR, and 1 trillion of that would come from the BOC, and another 350 billion will come from non-tax revenues.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. According to our medium-term revenue program, the 2025 to 2028, our projected revenues for fiscal year 2026 is amount to 4.983 trillion. So am I correct in saying that the deficit is more or less 1.8 trillion?
Mr. Speaker, it's at 1 trillion 646 billion.
So
Mr.
that's the
Speaker.
correct 1.6.
1.6 trillion.
Yan ho ba ang utang natin?
Yes, that is correct.
So,
That is the difference between the revenues and the expenditures,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
do you know from the last 3 years how much po yung inutang natin? Because today is 1.8 trillion or 1.6 trillion. Can we go back as far as 2023 and how much the deficit we have and how much inutang natin from the outside? Starting from 2023, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Across the 3 years, 2023, 2024, and 2025, a total of 4.5 trillion po.
I want itemize. Mas gusto ko, in 2023, magkano?
Mr. Speaker, I have the figures for 2020. Ay, ito po. I have the figures for 2024 and 2025. May I request for a few seconds to obtain the value for 2023, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, actually across the 3 years, it's pretty consistent po. For 2023, it's 1.5, to be more precise, 1.51 trillion. For 2024, it's 1.5 trillion. And for 2025, it's 1.56 trillion. So
So in short-
roughly 4.5 trillion in total.
So in short, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, every year, tumataas ang ating borrowings. Am I right?
Yes po.
Okay, that will lead to my next question, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. We have a deficit of 1.6 trillion, which we will borrow since it exceeds our projected revenues for fiscal year 2026. And we are allocating about 978 billion out of our national budget to pay our existing debt. Mr. Speaker, basically, kalahati ng ating inuutang ay ibinabayad lang natin sa dati nating inutang. Tama ba yon?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. However, it's important to highlight that what's funded in the NEP would be the interest payments. The principal amount themselves essentially po nag-roll over siya. So it's really just the interest payments that we are paying for in the NEP.
Okay. Because the last time, last Congress, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, I raised the same question and sagot sa akin noon, to pump up the economy. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have to incur the deficit in order for us to be able to fund projects that would ultimately spur economic activity. All the roads, all the bridges, the airports and the ports, they're all funded.
Thank you.
Especially with the FAPs, right? Because a lot of them are borrowed money, po yun, for us to be able to fund these big ticket projects.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. The government has significantly altered the targets of the medium-term fiscal framework, or MTFF. Instead of reducing the fiscal deficit to 3% in 2028, the government is now targeting a 4.3% deficit in 2028, an almost 50% increase. This abandonment of the original MTFF targets sends a signal that the Philippines is not committed to fiscal consolidation. May we ask the DBCC, when did we alter the targets in the MTFF to this increased deficit level?
Mr. Speaker, actually, the deficit is actually going down in terms of percentage. It may seem like it's going up in terms of nominal value, but if you compute it as a percentage, actually, the deficit is going down. We started at 8.9%. We're now down to 5.5%, 5.7% rather. So, as a percentage, the deficit is actually narrowing. So as a nominal value, it's going up. Yes, we recognize that. But then again, our GDP is also growing.
Is that all, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
And starting 2027 po, based on the projections of the DOF, even as a nominal amount, it's going to go down. Kung ngayon po, it's roughly at 1.56 trillion. It's gonna start to go down starting 2027 po. So definitely there's a commitment on the part of the economic managers that we want to lessen the deficit in the coming years.
Thank you,
The
Mr.
goal
Speaker.
po, if I may, my apologies
ahead.
po. So right now in 2025, we are at 5.5% in terms of deficit. We project po that by 2030, that would go down to just 3.1%.
Thank you. I'm convinced with your answer, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Let me go back. Since you mentioned the big tickets project, no? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, the fiscal year 2026 total expenditure program is presented at 6.793 trillion. But this excludes the 255 billion in program appropriations, which still form part of the new general appropriation. If we authorizes this 255 billion, we will in effect have authority to spend up to 7.43 trillion. This raises the question does this not undermine the very purpose of the budget ceiling, which is supposed to cap total government expenditures? Sa NEP po kasi, 6.7 something trillion, right? Since yung 250 na tinanggal natin, I was in Exicom, and yung NEP pa rin, kasama pa rin yung dati eh. So, kailan lang natin tinanggal yung 255 billion? So, anong mangyayari ngayon doon? Tumaas ba? I-add ba natin? O we have to take that out from the General Appropriation Bill?
Mr. Speaker, so we have to retain the current NEP levels. So we adhere to the 6.793 trillion as indicated in the NEP. So what we did po with the 255 billion taken out from DPWH is to realign it towards different agencies, different departments, and different programs. So the total for the gap is still at 6.793 trillion.
So, yun po ang susundin natin.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Now, since the 255 billion, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, saan ho natin tinanggal yan, for the record?
Tinanggal po natin yan sa flood control projects, more specifically as manifested by Secretary Vince Dizon during the DPWH committee hearing. That was the 255 billion pesos was taken out from locally funded flood control projects.
So, in short, how many projects po yan? The 255 billion as far as the DPWH is concerned?
We're going to look po for the absolute value, but in terms of the number of pages po, if you would see the committee report, siya po yung Annex A, that's about 660 plus pages worth of projects that were taken out.
And out of those 600 plus projects, wala hong big tickets doon?
Meron po, if you, may I ask po before I answer the question, what is the definition po of a big ticket project? Because there are some projects there that amount to over 100 million pesos.
When we say big ticket project, that's the priority by the Malacanang or the government na talaga lahat makikinabang. Ito ba karamihan flood control yung nandyan na tinanggal nyo?
Meron pong ilan na natanggal na flagship programs, core programs within the DPWH.
Okay.
May nasama din po doon sa 255 billion na tinanggal.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, if the 250 billion in appropriated in the unprogrammed appropriations excluded from the total expenditure program presentation, when in reality it still represents spending authority being requested from Congress. In short, pagdating sa, as we know, we have the power of the purse, di ba? The Congress. Now, under the Article 6, Section 25, the budget is supposed to be specific and definitive. How can unprogrammed appropriations, which are contingent, undefined, and discretionary, be consistent with this requirement?
Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping to clarify that the 255 billion pesos that was taken out from DPWH are not unprogrammed appropriations. Rather, these are appropriations that were taken out from DPWH but remain to be programmed appropriations because we transferred that amount to the different agencies towards specific PAPs, specific projects, activities, and programs. So, naka-line item po, tulad po ng pinakita natin sa Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee hearing at kanina po sa Executive Committee hearing ng Committee on Appropriations, pinakita po natin line by line kung saan po rini-align yung 255 billion pesos. So, hindi po siya unprogrammed appropriations. The 255 billion pesos remain to be programmed appropriations with very clear line items that that they were realigned to.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, yung 255 billion na we took it out from DPWH funds. And ano breakdown? Sino mga nakinabang na ibang agencies po? Can we have those breakdown, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I have shared it with the body as to the breakdown, but what we would like to highlight would be the biggest gainers in terms of the reallocation of the 255 billion. Ang priority areas po, also as provided by the guidance of the President, would be education, health, and agriculture. So out of the 255 billion pesos, roughly 65% of that went to education, health, and agriculture. Education received an additional amount of 38 billion. Health received an additional amount of 89 billion. And agriculture received an additional amount of 44 billion. However, the rest po were spread across other agencies like DOTR, DOJ, DND, the Judiciary, DNR, DICT, Ombudsman, COA, CHR, COMELEC, National Commission Senior Citizens, LGSF, and DMW. So as much as we can, we really spread out the resources towards the programs and departments and agencies that need augmentation the most.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, did you mention Department of Energy, especially the National Electrification Administration? Meron ba kayo yan?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As per our current proposal, we propose to add 4 billion pesos towards NEA CTO electrification program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. That's why I've been waiting to hear, no? Kasi talaga naman ating mga kababayan, marami pa hong walang ilaw. With that program of additional 4 billion, marami pong mapapailawan yan, no? As we know, we represent the power block, we represent the electric cooperatives, ang ating mga member consumer owners. With that amount, Madam Speaker, I gladly, maraming salamat po at marami nating mga kababayan for the longest time na hindi nagkailaw, ngayon ay magkakaroon na sila ng ilaw. For my closing remarks, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, as of April 2025, our standing debt stands at 16.75 trillion. Am I right?
Mr. Speaker, that is correct. It's at 17.5 trillion in terms of outstanding debt.
The 2024 census of population shows that the total population of the country is 112,729,000. As of July 1, 2024, this debt would roughly translate to 148,624 per Pilipino as of 2024 to. Kung sana ay naramdaman ng bawat Pilipino ng utang nila ay meron naman talagang napupuntahan na programa at serbisyo mula sa gobyerno na kanilang tunay na napapakinabangan, okay lang sana. Pero ako, kapag tinanong ako na kung saan tingin ko ay makabuluhan ang pag-uutang natin, na kung ramdam ko ba ang kinagaganda na ekonomiya natin dahil sa pag-uutang, I'm sorry Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, pero ang sagot ko ay hindi. Kaya ba Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ang taong bayan pa kaya? Yun lang po, maraming salamat Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. I'm really glad that the 255 billion ay hinati-hati natin sa different agencies, especially the DepEd. When I was in Exicom, madadagdagan tayo ng 20,000 classroom. I think we are short around 165,000 classroom. For that, we need, maybe next year, mas maganda po. And I'm very thankful that the DOE, especially the National Electrification Administration, may 4 billion sila. It may translate to around almost 700 households na magkakailaw. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you,
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
De Jesus, Majority Leader. Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Laila De Lima of ML Party List.
ML Party List, Representative Laila M. De Lima. You're recognized, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Sponsor, good afternoon.
Good
I'd
afternoon
like to
po.
start my interpellation by inviting the attention of the Madam Sponsor about the statement issued a few hours ago by the Budget Coalition. There's this group of budget watchdogs that issued their statement as complaining about the non-genuine inclusion of the civil society groups in monitoring the budget deliberations. Yes, they recognize the fact that, as announced by the former speaker and also by the Madam Sponsor herself, that this time around, the proceedings of the budget would be open to the civil society organizations as a non-voting observer. But they have issued a statement, as I said just a few minutes ago, that they are actually complaining about the lack of genuine inclusivity of the civil society groups in the various budget deliberations. So can we have, please, the reaction of the Madam Sponsor with respect to this serious allegations of the group?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleague, actually, with regard to this, the Committee on Appropriations and the House leadership really employed all the means that we can in order to foster active participation with our CSO partners. We conducted the People's Budget Review, wherein we gave them the opportunity to give us their thoughts with regard to the budget. We also adjusted the way that we conducted the hearings to for them to have a channel to field their questions to the departments and the resource persons. We also made sure that whichever inputs they had are incorporated in the budget itself. For example, one thing that stuck to me was the Move as One coalition, which really in the Safe Travel PH, which both advocated for active transport. That's why we put additional budget towards active transport. Our CSOs relating to education also were very strong advocates of increasing funding for special education programs and increasing funding for classrooms. We took that into consideration when we realigned the budget towards DepEd. That's why you have their additional budget for iPad, for special education, for madrasa. There were also advocacies around agriculture and the like. So we really made sure. The other one pala po, they had a question around being able to put in additional funding towards land compensation in DAR. So we also added additional funding towards that in the BAR C. So we actually greatly value the inputs of our civil society organization partners. And we really try. I know that they have raised a concern that they were not informed as to the schedule of the BAR C, and we apologize for that. But with regard to all the other meetings, we always make sure to let them know about the schedule, and I want to reassure them that whichever inputs they have shared to the committee, those were taken into consideration, and as they would see in the budget, as it is now, we have put in additional budget towards the programs that they've mentioned in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. But let me just quote from their statement. And in fact, they're even us saying that the BARC is the bagong small committee. And then part of their statement says, sa kabila ng House Resolution number 94, na opisyal na nag-aanyaya sa mga lehitimong people's organizations bilang non-voting observers sa pambansang proseso ng budget, patuloy na pagwawalang bahala sa taong bayan mula sa makabuluhang partisipasyon. Limitado ang access sa mga pagdinig, dokumento, mga budget sponsor, at kritikal na impormasyon, habang ang mga desisyon na humuhubog sa kinabukasan ng mga programa ng bansa ay ginagawa sa likod ng saradong pinto. That's basically their complaints, lack of transparency or genuine transparency, and even accusing us of having BARC as the new small committee. We all know what happened with respect to the small committee in the previous budget deliberation, especially the 2025 budget. But I thank the Madam Sponsor for explaining that to us.
Mr.
Now,
Speaker,
just a few
if I may, with the indulgence of the Honorable De Lima, that one, I would have to react to that comment that the Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee is the new small committee. We have done everything, and I know the BARC members would agree with me that every single line item that went into the 255 billion pesos, we made sure to be as transparent as possible. Even during the BARC, they saw all the deliberations which were approved, disapproved, and etc. So we're the small committee in the past, they did not know who the members, we did not know and who the members were. We had no idea what the deliberations were about and what the outputs were from the previous small committee. But with the BARC now, everything is totally transparent. People know who are the members of the BARC. We allowed for proper representation from the different parties, and they know po exactly which line items we considered. So yun lang po siguro. Thank you po to the Honorable De Lima for giving me the opportunity to react to that
Thank you,
statement.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. I do hope that the People's Budget Coalition would find the reaction or the responses of the Madam Sponsor satisfactory. Just a few fundamental clarifications, please. Are we being made to understand that the GAB now is actually just the NEP, except the amendments made by BARC, and that is the reallocation of the 255.5 billion originally allotted to DPWH for the flood control projects, but now reallocated. Is it correct to assume, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, that there were actually no changes from the NEP into the GAB, except for those 255.5?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that to our distinguished colleagues. So the committee report, as you can see now, is exactly, not exact, I don't want to say exactly, but it is the first reading copy as filed, the GAB as filed for the first reading copy, minus the 225 billion from DPWH. So definitely there was a huge change within the DPWH budget. And consequently, we realigned the 255 billion towards the different agencies and programs as we discussed during the executive committee.
So essentially, those were the only changes.
Yes.
And that should really be the case.
Yes,
Because
that
I
is
understand
correct.
that historically, there are not supposed to be major changes between the NEP and the GAA as approved and assigned, right? But we saw the abnormalities that were evident from the 2023, 2024, and 2025. In other words, the norm or the rule historically, the wala dapat pagbabago or major changes from the NEP kapag ginawa na itong GAB and ultimately approved as GAA. That is the correct norm. But it did not happen for 2023, 2024, and 2025. So I'm glad to know now na bumalik tayo sa dating norm, there's not supposed to be any major changes. So, I cannot help asking now, dun sa nakita natin na mga unprecedented cuts and diversions after the BICAM for the 2023, 2024, and the 2025 GAA, I wonder, did the DBCC or the agencies comprising the DBCC, especially the DBM, and perhaps also the DOF, were they aware of those unprecedented cuts and diversions? And a related question to that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, is, did the DBCC or the economic team ever saw the BICAM reports for 2023, 2024, and 2025?
Mr. Speaker, upon conferring with our economic managers, they confirmed that they did not see the bicameral conference committee report. What they saw would be the ratified version of the BICAM report, but not the detailed version, just the totals. So essentially, just the agencies from to what the previous levels were and what the new levels are. So the most detailed version that they saw was the actual enrolled copy of
But
the...
I suppose they knew about these huge cuts and diversions. Certain agencies, the funds from certain agencies were cut and then diverted. And then those agencies that were defunded, their budgets were transferred to UA or unappropriated or unprogrammed.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, they did see, when they saw the ratified version of the BICAM report, that some of the totals really went down or some of the totals went up. But they weren't able to see exactly the details that went into the cuts or the increases towards particular agencies. And they want to clarify po, the economic managers would like to clarify that at that point, they are unable to intervene in any shape or form, but they were able to see in the ratified version the big increases and decreases across agencies.
Here's a summary of the cuts. For 2023, GAB, 395.3 billion. 2024 GAB, 564.5 billion. 2025 GAB, 487.5 billion, or the total cuts of 1.447.3 trillion. And for the 2025 GAB and then GAA, what was vetoed was only 26 billion out of the total cuts of 487.5 billion. I find it difficult to believe that the economic team or the economic managers were not able to realize or to see that these are very unusual and abnormal cuts and diversions. And my next question, of course, did they ever call the attention of the president before the president signed those budgets, signed them into GAA? Walang nagreklamo? Walang nagreklamo dun sa mga agencies na inalisan ng pondo? Kahit malalaki, yung iba na inalisan at linagay na lang sa unprogrammed appropriations, and then the funds that were taken from them were diverted to certain programs, some of which are new ones. So,
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, actually, they were able to see it at the point where they received the enrolled copy of the bill. It was at it was at that point where they noticed the huge cuts and reductions and increases, the realignments in some of the programs. So yun po yung dahilan why they were able to advise the president about these questionable changes.
We're not able.
They were. It
They
was
were
at that
able to
point.
advise
Yes,
the
the president. Once they saw the enrolled copy, they advised the president about these questionable changes. And that is why, if you would see po the veto message of the president with regard to the 2025 GAA, there is now a section 6 pertaining to increases in appropriations and new budgetary items that actually was brought, that came about because of the advice of the economic managers.
Because of course the enrolled bill is the enrolled bill and not just signed. That is the very
just the enrolled
version
bill.
of the budget that is presented to the executive through the DBM and then the president himself. So you are saying that the president was aware of those huge cuts and diversions as they appeared in the enrolled bill. The question is, did he realize the implications of that? Because when we talk about the NEP, and kaya nga hindi na dapat talaga ginagalaw ng husto yung NEP. Because the NEP represents the priority programs of the executive department through the president. And sila, you know, they're supposed to be, they know, I mean, it's the president that is the principal driver of development direction. So again, as I stated earlier, historically, Congress approves the budget with no major changes. And now that this 2023, 2024, and 2025 budgets have huge changes, and didn't it occur to the president that it undermines his priority programs? Say otherwise, it can be concluded that the president and the economic managers seem to acquiesce to the abnormal levels of cuts and diversions, which never happened before.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, actually po, because of when they saw those questionable changes in the enrolled copy of the bill for the 2025 GAA, that is the reason why they advised the president about it. And that is one of the reasons why there was a direct veto amounting to 26 billion. As mentioned by the Honorable De Lima, there was a direct veto of 26 billion, and there were also conditional vetoes for the 2025 GAA. So they really did...
It's just 25 billion. Ihuba, out of 487.5 billion. Hinayaan na lang yung iba, kahit questionable.
Others po, actually, if...
The first time when I asked this question during the DBCC committee, budget committee interpellations, I seem to recall that the response of the good DBM secretary here is about DBM allegedly lacks the capacity to detect those cuts and diversions. That was the answer that I distinctly remember from the DBM secretary. And now they're saying they're actually aware of that. Bago ito, pinapirma sa Pangulo. So which is which? Did you or did you not know about these huge cuts and diversions?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, actually po, aside from the 26 billion that was directly vetoed, effectively po, because of Section 6 as put in the President's veto message, again, as I cited po, pertaining to the increases in appropriations and new budgetary items, in effect po, roughly around 800 billion of the 2025 budget was put under FISARO. So nagkaroon po ng ganong control. Those projects that were deemed questionable were not released right away. So nagkaroon po ng ganong control, and until now, I believe some of those items are still and until now, many of those items amounting to 800 billion have not been released yet. So, hindi lang po 26 billion, nakita din po nila yon na may ganong questionable changes.
May questionable changes. Ang problema nga po, kasi kapag tina-transfer lang sa unprogrammed appropriations, we know that if it's UA or unprogrammed appropriations, there's no fund there. Correct? Because the funds come from the BESF, Budget Expenditure SF. What is
Sources
the SF?
of financing po. Yes.
The what?
And sources of financing
And sources of funding or financing.
po. Yes.
So
Opo.
yun talaga ang pondo. But the UA, wala. Pero ang expectation is that later, it will be funded kapag nandyan na yung three. Either the three, whether may excess, and then may new taxes, and the third one,
Loans. New loans.
new
Foreign
new
assisted loans.
Although in the 2024 budget, nagdagdag yung mga so-called excess funds or reserve funds from GOCCs. Pero inalis na yan sa 2025 dahil nga pumutok yung controversy about the PhilHealth funds. And that's why my next question is, how about the PDIC? Di ho ba kumuha rin ng reserve, the so-called excess funds or reserve funds? I'm not even clear about that. Is it reserve or is it excess? I think it's just a reserve fund, just like the PhilHealth. So,
Excess funds
hindi ho
po.
ba kinuha rin yon, yung PDIF, at linagay sa National Treasury? And then, so, what's the status of the PDIC reserve funds? Unlike the PhilHealth, na pinapabalik na ngayon ng Pangulo, and sa pagbalik nga, kailangan lagyan uli ng bagong appropriation, right? We cannot just say that yung dating appropriation, yun ang gagamitin. Because you cannot take out something from the National Treasury kung walang bagong appropriation. That's why we have to fund again or provide for the PhilHealth funds. How about PDIC? I'm curious about the PDIC.
With regard to PDIC po, yes, the funds were taken away, reverted back to the National Treasury, but they have adequate reserves. So this would not eat into their, this would not affect their operations po.
So it does not affect.
Does not affect, yes. They have adequate reserves po. So even taking into account the funds that were reverted back, hindi po affected yung operations nila.
Okay. Unprogrammed appropriations na naman po tayo. Yung mga linagay ho ba sa UA or unprogrammed appropriations for the 2023, for the 2024, and the 2025 GAA, meron na ho ba doon mga pinondohan subsequently? And if so, because the expectation is that this may be funded. I suppose there are, or there were, that have been ultimately funded. And then my next question for that is, ano ho ba yung nagiging parameters or standards ng economic team in identifying which exactly of those items or those programs under the UA ang popondohan na whenever there would be new funds or new sources of revenues? Is there any standard? And ang gusto ko nga hong malaman, dun ho ba sa mga linipat sa UA, alin po dun yung talagang mga binalik by subsequent funding? Did it ever happen?
Mr. Speaker, in response to the first query of Representative De Lima, the prioritization under the unprogrammed appropriations follow this, presented from the top priority down towards the lowest priority. So top priority would be under the category that does not require excess or new revenue collections. So there are only two types of expenditures that go into this category, which is one, support to foreign assistance projects, and two, budget support to GOCCs. The second category po, and lower in terms of priority, would be those that require excess or new revenue collections. So those that fall under this would be personnel benefits, social services, GOP counterpart of foreign assisted projects, infrastructure projects, and other priority projects authorized within purpose numbers 1 and 3-1 of the general provisions.
So I'm not sure if my question about parameters or standards have been answered. And may I ask for a certification from the DBCC, any of the relevant agencies of DBCC, as to which exactly among those diverted to or transferred to unprogrammed appropriations from 2023, 2024, and 2025 ang talagang pinondohan subsequently. If I can please ask for a certification, not today, but before the termination of the budget deliberations. Please.
Yes po. A while ago po, I believe Representative Tino also asked for similar data. But I think for Representative Tino, if I'm not mistaken, flood control projects po yata specifically yung all po, no, under those programs that were mentioned. So we will also, the DBM also commits to furnish the same. So they can provide po a list of all those projects that were transferred from program towards unprogrammed appropriations that were ultimately released po and funded.
Straight question. Are unprogrammed appropriations indispensable? Can we do away with unprogrammed appropriations? If you can please convince us that somehow unprogrammed appropriations must stay in our yearly budgets. Because kung ganyan po, kasi I'm also wondering about the AFP modernization. In the 2024 GAB, and then after the BICAM, 10 billion was cut from the AFP modernization. And then I think in the 2025, ano na naman po, another 5 billion was cut from the AFP modernization. How about for the 2026?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, actually, upon conferring with the economic managers, they also see that it's possible to not do away with unprogrammed appropriations, but lessen it. We were discussing that there's a possibility of putting a cap. So, because there are certain types of projects that really may require unprogrammed appropriations to be triggered. For example, po, risk management fund, FAPs, are obligations under foreign assisted projects, and health emergency allowances, or HEA. So we recognize that that's something that can actually be reduced. We can, there
Because
can be a
UA
cap.
is not part of the GAA, correct? UA, unprogrammed appropriations, I am told, is not part of the GAA. So if it's not part of the GAA,
But not.
hindi ba pwedeng ituring din yon? It would resemble the nature of pork barrel for the executive branch?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, actually the programmed appropriations technically would be part of the GAA because it's a supplemental budget, although it doesn't eat into the total budget ceiling, but it still is part of the GAA po.
It has to be considered when determining the budget ceiling. Because we know about the constitutional provision about we should not go beyond what is proposed in the in the NEP. So sinasama ho ba talaga yan?
It's part of the GAA as a supplemental budget, but it doesn't eat the total ceiling of the GAA because it requires additional sources po. So for example po, in our current NEP of 6.793 trillion, unprogrammed appropriations are not actually part of that whole amount. Kasi po, for us to be able to fund unprogrammed appropriations, those would require additional revenue sources po. So it's part of the GAA technically as a supplemental document, but it's not. It doesn't eat the ceiling, the total ceiling for the GAA.
My time is almost up, but I still have 2 points. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Tungkol naman po sa underspending, there has always been, we have a history of underperformance and underspending. This is a perennial challenge always to the DBM in preparing the budget. Pero bakit po paulit-ulit na malaki pa rin ang allocation sa mga department na nag-underspend o nag-underperform? And my next question with respect to that is, has the DBM ever withheld or reallocated funds from a department that consistently failed to meet its fiscal and financial targets? Because many agencies, many departments really have records
Speaker,
of
distinguished
underspending
colleague,
and underutilization.
Yes po. So upon conferring with the economic managers, what they do is if an agency or a department consistently underperforms or underutilizes the budget given to them in the GAA, in the following year, binababaan po yung budget ceiling for that
Binababaan
particular-
na lang.
Binababaan na po.
Because yung mga underspending, nandyan yan sa mga audit reports, right?
Yes po.
And so the DBM would know about those agencies.
Yes po. In the NEP for the following year, bababaan po yung budget ceiling ng underperforming agencies.
My last point. Okay, I just want to understand the very role of DBM and DOF. Okay. Recent reports indicate that 118.5 billion per year is lost to ghost or substandard flood control projects. I know that zero ngayon sa, would you confirm, Madam Sponsor, that in the GAA, zero budget for flood control projects?
Technically po, they're within DPWA, GAA po or in the GAB po?
I'm sorry,
Apo.
the GAB. For 2026. Because there are legislators that are saying that it seems to be an extreme solution. Because what if there are flood control projects na kailangan talaga? Now, dahil nga takot na tayo na magkaroon uli ng mga ganyan, yung mga ghost or substandard flood control projects, so gusto ko sanang maintindihan, ano ho ba yung naging role ng DBM dyan sa screening, validating, and monitoring budget requests for flood control projects? I'm talking, of course, about previous budgets, 2023, 2024, 2025, even earlier. Is there any particular role that the DBM performed with respect to scrutinizing the submissions of the DPWH? Bakit maraming nakakalusot? Is there any process of vetting these flood control projects?
Madam Sponsor, before you answer that, may we remind
Yes.
Representative that your time
Yes, Mr.
has
Speaker.
expired. Thank you.
Just that point, last point.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, with regard to the first question as to whether there are flood control projects remaining still in the committee report or in the current version of the HGAB. Meron pa po, technically, because ang natanggal po from DPWH would be the locally funded flood control projects amounting to 255 billion. Meron pong natira, but all of the remaining flood control projects are foreign-assisted projects, totaling 17 billion. In DPWH po, may natira po na 15 billion, but all of these are foreign-assisted projects. And in MMDA, may natira din po na roughly 2 billion, but all foreign-assisted projects as well. With regard to the next question po, I will quickly confer lang po as to what controls, if any, DBM exercises in vetting the flood control projects. I will quickly confer lang po with the DBM. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if I may po, provide a response of the DBM with regard to the question as to what involvement they have in terms of vetting flood control projects proposed to be for inclusion in the NEP. So in the case of the DPWH, it is pertinent to highlight that evaluation of DPWH budget proposals mainly focuses on the budgetary allocation per sub-program, except for foreign assisted projects which are evaluated by project. This manner of evaluation is in view of the DPWH non-submission of the proposed project details per sub-program for the proposed fiscal year. The project listing is only submitted upon the approval of the DBM of the agency's final budget level for inclusion in the NEP. Moreover, the identification of projects to be funded is being delegated to DPWH, being the state's engineering and construction arm, as construed under Section 3, subparagraph 4, Chapter 1, Title 5 of the Executive Order Number 292, dated July 25, 1987, or the Administrative Code of 1987, to wit, the department, in order to carry out its mandate, shall identify, plan, secure funding for program, design, construct or undertake pre-qualification, bidding, and award of contracts of public works projects, etc. So underscoring the above provisions, it should be noted that the DBM does not interfere on how the DPWH allocates the approved budget under the NEP by implementing unit that is either region or district. But the response po actually is, so the DBM, when they tell the DPWH that this is your ceiling for a particular, for as a whole and for a particular program, pag nagsabit po yung DPWH, for example, ng list of flood control projects, they can do an evaluation from the level of being able to spot, for example po, duplicate duplicate projects. Usually po, when they see duplicate projects, they revert back to DPWH, they call it out, and usually po may sagot yung DPWH. Halimbawa po, they would say that this is part of a phased program, those kinds of answers po. So in terms of the quality, evaluating the quality of the program or the feasibility of a program, hindi na po na-involve yung DBM doon, given that the engineering and construction arm of the government is DPWH, and co-equal po sila within the executive department. But in terms of the oversight po, making sure that the project is implemented well, that sits with COA po. But that's in terms of implementation na po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. I would have wanted to ask follow-up questions, but since my time is up, so perhaps I'll just reserve it for during the deliberations or the interpellations for the DBM budget itself. Thank you.
Maraming salamat. Representative De Lima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to the Honorable Laila De Lima for the questions.
Thank you,
po.
Madam Sponsor. Majority Leader, please. Session suspended. While we are in suspension, may I request for a 30-minute break to allow our resource persons to facilitate whatever it may be for their personal Session resume. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Majority Leader, Speaker, may request for 30 minutes suspension.
The request for 30-minute suspension approved. For everyone who would like to take a break for your sustenance and activities. Thank you. Session is suspended.